Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a knockout round here at the Cbsa National Open Snooker Championship 2026, live Scarborough, Ontario, the Corner Bank. I'm your host, Rob Richards, welcoming David Burney back to the booth. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Rob. Yes, another exciting day. Day five. We're getting close to that finishing line here at the corner bank. Great match to kick us off. Levi Myler taking on Tom Finstead. Both definitely know their way around this large 6 by 12 table. Tough one to call on the onset. Maybe just you're a little advantage towards youth, maybe. But Tom, a man that has over 50 maximum breaks, will have something to say about that, as he won't go quietly.
No,
And he,
absolutely not. It should be a great match. Levi coming off a good Ontario Championship win. He is the current Ontario champion. Also, he was overseas for a little bit, playing in the 900. Did fairly well. Ran into some tough competition in his second match, but good win against Tony Knowles. So on paper, this is looking like it could be right down to the wire, Dave.
true. Tom was overseas many, many years ago, battling it out with the English likes. So it seems like Levi has taken over that mantle, going over there and showing the Brits that still Canada is around. Same with Sahil Nair, who's on the Pro Tour. Lots of great matches this morning. I wish we had cameras for them all, but this is the one that they've selected to put on the stream. You can catch all the great footage on the OBSA YouTube channel as well. If you want any updated results or live scoring, all the tables are equipped with tablets that report right back to Cloud Snooker. CloudSnooker.com is your resource for this national championship.
Yeah, and another great match going on that on our secondary camera left of view is Edward Ling and Nitin Sharma. So we can check in there periodically, folks, if we get the opportunity. If not, we will keep you updated, or as Dave had mentioned, you can follow along on cloudsnooker.com.
Good friend Frank Emeretti. Looks like he's needing the extended spider. Great facilities here at the corner bank, but not all tables are equipped with every tool player needs. So we got broke down a little bit there. I believe he was touching ball on his last red, so I was able to shoot away.
Yeah, so not much in it. Oh, Tom's left one there, trying to get to the bottom cushion, but however, this red, the right corner is on, and a good scoring opportunity here early in the first frame, Dave.
Oh,
Well, Levi
that
came
hurts.
close, but expect him to dial that in as we get on in this match.
Yeah, we're getting to the part of the tournament where those misses could be quite costly. Tom faltered on his red. Levi had a great chance to really put him in his chair for a while, but then faltered. It's a real easy starter here. Just a thin snick off the pack here and get close behind the yellow. And Roger Dion chiming in. Andre Waugh, you're curious about how he did? Well, he won his round of 32 match, so he'll be in the Sweet 16 a little later today. And Debbie Bai, tuning in all the way from Revelstoke, BC. Thanks for your kind words and good morning to you too. That's what the chat is there for. active conversation. Any comments or questions? Hopefully we're sounding all right. Hopefully the picture's looking all right for everybody. Do feel free to chime in. Something seems a bit off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little hazy, gray outside today, Dave. We're expecting a little bit more rain. Hopefully that won't affect our internet too badly, but we're not worried about it at the moment. Currently, connection seems good, and yeah, we're rolling with it. I tell you, Levi would love nothing more than to win back-to-back championships, the Ontario and the Canadian. It's been done before, Dave, but not too many times. You know, of course, the last person to do it was last year, Sahil.
He was the double winner. He was both Ontario and national champion.
Yes, he was. So looking to see if Sahil can do it this year. But there's quite a few other contenders that are going to have their opinion about that. And this man, Tom Finstad, will definitely be giving it his best here. Trailing 15-0. Not much in it between these two. But the way the balls are sitting, one mistake from either gentleman could cost them.
Yeah, Tom was a semi-finalist in the senior side of the tournament. And he's won this tournament a few times. The tournament has been running since 1969. And Tom has taken 3 titles. So he knows what it takes to go the distance. And unfortunately, Levi has never been able to hoist the trophy, so he'd like to change that this year. His form's looking pretty good. He does have the president of the Levi fan club sitting near him, Anita Chan, cheering him on. And both of these two, when they're not at the table playing, they do some great work behind the scenes, really help the machine run.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Levi and Anita both contribute greatly, not just to the Ontario Association, but to snooker in general. Tom almost had one there. Where's that pink? Well, this is going to be interesting. Anytime a ball gets close to a corner pocket, Dave, more often than not, we tend to see balls, the reds, get pushed over towards that side. But Levi's got somewhat of a thin cut, big pocket possibly, but not this time.
Danny Mack chiming in. Appreciate that tidbit of knowledge about Tom Finstead. He's been in the finals a record 11 times. And we can see why. He can find the shots. This looks like a good opportunity for the man from Edmonton. Too nice in a couple shots time to just get that red away from the black. It's got the red to the right of those two.
Well, yeah, I think it's close, Dave, but from my view, of course, the red just to the right of the black looks like it may pot. Tom can get that red cleared, as you said, everything is available to him. But he's nicely on this red to left corner.
It's going a little straight on the blue, or maybe even a little bit below it. To be on the right side. It's the natural angle. Brings him back down to the reds. It does have pink and can hold for that red on the right side.
Now can Levi get through to this red to the right of the spot, closest to the right corner? If he can, Dave, he's going to be right in it. But both gentlemen, first frame jitters, early morning, trying to get their arms going. So they may not be 100% just yet, but certainly looking to get there.
Yeah. Real color on for Levi. So taking his medicine, putting Tom into the bulk area with his cue ball. Oh, fortunate cannon full in the face on that green. Has gifted Levi a nice chance. Good angle on this red to come down for black.
Yeah, Levi's going to want to have a good outing in this frame, this opportunity. Put a good score together here. But just not quite there yet, Dave. Could be trouble if Tom can get there. I think this match is, or this frame rather, is really going to come down to who gets warmed up the fastest, who gets their cue arm under them, and pot those mid-range reds. Because both have had their chances and both have, made the error.
Some might be curious of why Levi didn't take that red to the right middle as Tom did. Sometimes to get a good break, you have to take on a little tougher red. And I think with that red that Levi took, was hoping to be onto the pink afterwards, and then he knows at least he has that relatively easy red into right middle. But unfortunately, he falters on the red in the corner, and Tom's in, but he overran it a little bit to be on this black.
Yeah, and for these matches, 8 players that are currently in play right now will have 3 matches today. Still a round of 32. And we'll be playing down by the end of today, Dave. As you mentioned in your post, we will find out who is the final 4 for Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, after this round concludes, when we get into the Sweet 16 and the quarterfinals and semifinals, those are all best of 7 matches. And then the final will be a best of 9. To be going down on Sunday afternoon.
boy. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come from Levi Myler. He's had some good opportunities and hasn't converted them into a scoring chance.
Yeah, he was running away from the table before that red even got close to the middle pocket. He knew it was off.
Absolutely. So he'll take it in stride. You know, he'll just sit back in his chair right now, give it a good think, and recompose himself, prepare himself to come back to the table.
Just got to be mindful of those reds. He's queuing over.
Well, out of position. Well, unless he can get that one just close to it, mate pot, Dave.
Yeah, just have to see from our angle if that red that's close to his cue ball passes that red in the open on the right side.
He's so close to it, so if he does play it, he's got to watch the push. Oh, it stayed out. Now can Levi get to one of the open reds?
There's a pathway for that open red on the right side. Just the question is, where is his color going to be after this?
Yeah, because they're not sitting ideal. But he's done well here. He's going to need another good play here to maintain position on his next red. He's got two reds down at the bottom to the right of the block.
Sunning up nicely for the reds near the green pocket. Can run through the pink to clean up that final red by that green pocket and get the pink back down to its spot. It's always handy. With black a little messy on the left side, but maybe he couldn't get through. Yeah, he's going to have to start thinking about hopefully he can get an angle on the next pink after that open red to nudge into those reds on the cushion. Before that, he's got a long red into the yellow pocket.
Yeah, he's jumped out now. 35-13. 22 in it. Still four reds remaining though. Tom's only problem is that Levi's still at the table. Oh, and I think he's starting to dial it in here, Dave.
Off this pink can come over for the reds. See if he can grace with that one red in the bulk area. And
It's okay. It's a thin clip, but he can still pot it. You know,
could have been a bit better, but hey, sometimes you got to take what the table gives you. Never met a snooker player that has had prime position on every shot. There's a lot to strive for that. That's what we want.
It's not going to work out.
Sometimes there's a level of improvisation, as all these players have great technical attributes. Creativity does come into play in the sport of snooker.
Yeah. And Mr. Byrne, what other matches are on today? Well, there's several matches on today. Uh, if you go to cloudsnooker.com, you can actually see the bracket for the knockout. And I'm sure they would love to have your presence in person. You're pretty much going to see some great matches no matter who's playing. And you're going to have a wonderful time. As Dave has mentioned before, they got cold drinks and the food is great.
Tom might be going around the world here off this pink, going in and out of bulk.
Yeah, he's hanging in there.
No, I didn't get into bulk, but a little hampered by the blue. Although Tom was doing a lot of practicing this morning before this match commenced, just taking shots like this down the cushion. However, he wasn't practicing cueing over a ball. He's flicked it out a little bit. Levi's got an opportunity. It's a long red into this green pocket. Lead by 29, just 35 on the table. Could be tempted.
Wow. What a pot. So with that, we're in snookers required. Levi leading by 30, 50 to 20.
Ooh. Important green there. Although Tom does need a snooker, trailing by 30 points.
Yeah, but that green. Good, Dave.
Debbie Bide chiming in. Just hoping that one day her hope is to come east for this tournament. Well, Debbie, this is a Canadian national tournament, so hey, one day we might get it out your neck of the woods. I know you're in Revelstoke, but obviously the Canadian National has been staged in British Columbia in the past. I think a lot of people would like to see it move around a lot more to the various provinces and territories in our great country. Pretty as a pitcher. Well done, Levi. Get a good angle on that yellow to come tight to the pink.
Yeah, Levi's not holding back here today. Not against this man. It was a tough challenge for anybody in the tournament.
Yeah, it's quite amazing that this is just a round of 32. Ooh. Get that enough. Tom's going to say, okay, I've had enough. Let's move on to frame 2. And that's
There
where
we
we'll
go.
head with Levi Myler having a 1-frame advantage.
Well, Al, it's kind of, we know what matches might be coming up. We don't know what matches will be on what tables, however. It's kind of tough to predict because I believe we're still in the roll-on, roll-off. But we are set for frame 2 now, Dave. Tom, to get us started.
Yeah, the onset of the day, 10 a.m. matches were scheduled up to our great co-tournament director, Jim Weich. He took a look and he picked what matches he thinks should be on certain tables, and we comply because he's doing a great job. And then the theory all along, once those first batch of matches do come to a conclusion, it is kind of a roll off, roll off, roll on, roll off philosophy. It really does help keep the tournament moving along. Snooker can be unpredictable. Frames can last 20 minutes, and some frames can last 70 minutes.
Or, as we know, Dave, they can last over 100 minutes at some levels.
At some
Not,
level.
yeah. However, we've got at least 3 matches for our viewers today, possibly more. Just depends on how long some matches go and where they're being played. Now, Levi's got to be careful here.
It's
That
interesting,
red.
Rob.
Yes.
Sorry, Rob.
No, go right ahead.
How you mentioned the over 100-minute frame that happened at this year's World Championships.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen a frame that long in the amateur side,
Nope.
but on the contrary, that was a freak occurrence over there at the World Championships. Maybe in the amateur side we don't have that long a frame, but boy, some matches can be long on the amateur side.
Oh yeah, but that frame overseas was so long. I mean, it got to a point people were willing that frame to end, but then it got to a point, Dave. It kind of hit the peak and started going over the other side. That nobody wanted that frame to end. They wanted that frame to play forever. But it was a moment in time that everybody loved to see, and it will be remembered for quite some time. But right now, well, Tom's got a pot, but Block Pank, he's going to more than likely just concentrate on the pot and leave the white back in the bulkhead, take his point and go. Wow, unless he can do that.
He almost got in the Balkan there on the wrong side by putting his white into that pocket.
Yeah, but that was such a great effort to get anything. Oh, he was quite over the ball, over the house, as it were. Wow. As I was saying, most players would just pot the red and leave the white in the bulkhead, and
Scamp 693 saying doesn't see many players with a one piece or the 3/4 break. Most of them are 2-piece cues broken in the half. There are a few. It's varied. Maybe it's just the ones that we've had on the stream so far. I really haven't paid too much attention to that because both Tom and Levi are used
pardon me.
2-piece cues broken in half. That was actually trademarked by our good friend Cliff Thorburn. He took that over to England, introduced them. A good observation, but definitely something to keep our eye on. I think it just comes down to comfort with the players. There's no regulation in the tournament that you must have a half piece or 3/4 or 1-piece cue.
Well, hello, Balkan for Life. Thank you for joining us from London, UK. We are doing well. I'm glad you're joining us. Wow. Tom's definitely got an easier red than the other one he made there, Dave. This one, he's got a bit of angle to go up towards the blue. Or it might be just a little bit too straight. that was just a little bit too straight.
So just going to take the money and run, get back to ball, because tied up Levi quite well. Well, Levi's got a nice result there.
Yeah, that will do. I think he's taking this red on. Well, Levi might be seeing a lot of that bulk cushion.
Well, he might not be punished for that double kiss. By looking to develop the black here with the safety. That's freed up the black. That's good to see. And he hasn't gifted an easy chance for Tom. Yeah, the pathway for safety was tough there for Tom. Not too worried about the 4 penalty points right now. Still we're early in this second frame. Yeah, I can just delicately stun run through one of these 2 reds out in the open on the right side and beyond the black.
Good starter there for Levi.
See, I think the thing is, Levi has just such better cue ability than I do, so he makes some great shots and does it with ease. That black has blocked the path for that red right of it. Does have a red. Well, he has a red. First I thought that red on the bottom of the pack, but didn't realize the 3 reds over near that right middle. So 3, maybe 4 cushions get near this green. Done with a bit more pace, but decent effort. Creating distance between object ball and cue ball for Tom. Nice cut there by Levi. It's on the blue. It's tough because it's going to the yellow pocket and can draw back for that open red above the pink.
with that blue. Levi 10 in front, 18-8. Slightly hampered on this one, but still fancy him to get it. Or he might take this one right back into the bottom left corner, and he won't be hampered.
And as rule in the Canadian national tournament, once they've hit the knockout phase, a player cannot win in one little session. What I mean by that is Levi can't win this match 3 in a row. If he goes up 2-0, there will be a 5-minute break. But Tom hoping to prolong that break and get this match tied 1 apiece in the second frame. It was tough being against the cushion there. Levi's got the same dilemma with this red to left middle. Bit more busy Saturday morning here at Corner Bank. Looks like there's a 9-ball event going on. It's a big room, lots of stuff is going on. Certainly is one of the places to be just outside of Toronto if you're into Q sports. And when they don't have the tournament referee, Kevin Patrick, they can get their opponent to spot the ball, but I think they were looking for an impartial body. Looks like Kevin Patrick was just discussing some matters with the co-tournament directors, Presley Backus and Jim Weich. It's a good shot of what you need to do as a referee. You come and spot those balls. Always good to have your other hand holding on to the jaw. This is looking promising for Levi. Sun up to the blue after this red. One closest to his cue ball. Oh, he's missed the red. And a well disciplined shot there by Tom. That ball was tight to the cushion, so he just needed to take his cue ball and hit object ball and cushion at the exact same time. And not make that object ball hum along the cushion and find the bottom of the pocket. But just to play smart, play safe, try and force his opponent to make the error.
here we see the getting on in frame 2. Levi leading 30-9, 21 in front. Tommy with a good thin red. Needs a good bounce here, Dave.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Can come off the right cushion, play for that loose red. Just to the right of the red and pink. Oh, but he's got to make the pot first. And the blue just might have just come to his rescue. Levi having a good look. I'm having a good look. Don't think his cue ball can get to the potting angle for that red. Oh, he's left it there for Levi. Good opportunity here.
Yeah, definitely late in the frame, getting a red over the hole. Needs to make the most of it. Oh boy. Well, this is not ideal for Levi, but the pot is still on the right corner. Well, yeah, a little difficult. I still fancy him for the putt. Still should have got the black. But he's left Tom in a difficult spot here with this red for position. Tom, I'm pretty sure he's capable of potting the red. But where does he go after?
Yeah, blue taking away the potting angle on that red close to it. Just that red piece. It's kind of giving Tom a chance for a shot to nothing. Just got to be a little mindful of that black. He comes off a couple cushions.
Well, he did get into the black a little bit, but could be a lot worse. You know, Levi might have a go at this red. Oh, very good. Well, getting the later stage of frame 2, Tom might find himself in a bit of trouble here soon.
Yeah. Although the black is worth more points than the blue. Smart decision to take this blue will free up the red.
Oh boy. Yeah, slight miscue, I believe, on that one. Levi having to look at his tip there. Good putt by Mr. Finstad. Trailing by 16 now. He's got a thin black to right middle. You know, he's trailing 1-0. He doesn't want to go 2-0 down. Doesn't like the black. It's a little bit too thin. Opting for the brown with the rest. My goodness.
Just adds a little bit more difficulty. You got to be proficient with that tool to excel in snooker. Remember our good friend out in British Columbia, Gary Spence, who's chimed into the stream from time to time during the tournament, was having a bit of bother with the rests, and his fellow British Columbian way back came up to him and just said, "Gary, you're terrible with that rest. You and I are going to have a little practice frame, and every shot is going to be taken with the rest." And that gentleman was our good friend, Big Bill Werbenek.
Yes.
Yeah, it may look a little silly sometimes. Obviously, we've talked about playing those practice games with just the rests.
What another pot there by Levi. Threading the needle, as it were. He's got the pink to right center. It's a little close, but not an issue.
It's going to be another long, great red to keep things going.
He might be struggling a bit here this morning, but if he can get things going and win this match, he'll definitely feel a little bit better. He knows he's going to have to step it up, as the competition is only going to get more difficult as we get through the day. But Levi's not looking forward to any other matches right now. He's looking right at this match.
Yeah, he popped up with disappointment on missing his safety shot with then the double kiss. Fluked in the red, but politely waved his hand.
Wow, that is not bad. That green will give him a 43-20 lead, so 23 points in front.
Needs red and color.
Yeah, this red's far from easy. Oh my goodness. Levi's one of those players, Dave, as you know, he likes to go for his pots if they're on. Sometimes when you think they're not on, he still makes them. So if he's firing on all cylinders today, he's going to be very difficult to compete with.
Yeah, it goes back to that creativity. I remember once hearing that Sean Murphy was in the championships lounge at the World Championship. It was right when Bingham was in the final, and everyone was questioning what's going to happen. And our good friend Cliff Thorburn was saying, "Oh, he's just going to cut that red into top right and cannon the red and be plumb on the black." And they were all like, "What's going on with this daft Canadian? He doesn't know what he's talking about." Boom, sure enough, Sturt banged it in, and Cliff was chucking it up in the room.
Of course.
So just coming to look at the scoreboard. So Tom does need a snooker, trailing by 30 points. Remaining color balls 27, their total. It's great to see that these scoring tablets are starting to be the norm. A bit difficult for the players in the room, or spectators, I should say, in the room, some time to see what the score is. That was
However, if most people do have cell phones, they can follow along like everybody else on cloudsnooker.com. So they can watch the match in person and have the score right there. But it would be nice to have a board that everybody could see, like a big screen, or that would display the score. Oh
yeah.
wow. Well, Tom does need a snooker, but he's right in position to get it here, Dave.
Well executed. Now they do have some screens here at the corner bank, so maybe in the future, if this tournament is held here, we can tap into some of those screens, or we can ask them if we could use them. Just plug in our computers and give kind of a player station where they can watch over and see where the scores are, and the spectators as well. Levi's done well to make contact, and he's got them in half his snooker. Tom should be able to hit the green, but where that green ball in relation to the cue ball is going to be, I'm not sure.
He's got to watch his weight. Done well to miss the pocket. So 28 the difference, 25 on. Levi looking for a 2-0 lead here in this best of 5 round of 32 match, as we are live at the corner bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, for the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship. We've been here for several days, Dave, and it's come down to this. Tomorrow will be the final 4. So, exciting times. And of course, as we all know, we will have a new champion. We will not have a returning champion, as current champion is on the professional tour, being Sahil Nayar, representing Canada well, looking to do good things in his second season coming up.
Yeah, this is the pinnacle tournament for snooker in Canada. You may be the provincial champ in Saskatchewan or the territorial champ in the Yukon, but this tournament proves who the best is in Canada.
Oh, great attempt. Does he get him with the block? Well, he might still have him with the block here, Dave. Levi's got to come off the bulk cushion here. Good out. You know, this would be a big frame for Tom if he can get it. You know, settle him down, but he's got an uphill battle.
Roland Coburn chiming in. Yes, the magician, when he's playing well, can amaze the best on his shape and potting ability. I agree. Sean Murphy, and you know what, as well, Sean Murphy, top chap. He knows how important being an ambassador to the sport is. So I had the fortune of chatting with him, unfortunately, after that crushing defeat in the decider at the World Championships. But talked to him a little bit. He knows what it means. You've got to go to these countries and areas that have a little bit of snooker love. And if he can go and really embrace it and instruct and entertain these younger markets, that's going to inspire more and more people to pick up a cue. So hats off to you, Sean Murphy. You're doing a great job. Absolutely loves the sport and just wants to see it grow globally.
So just some scores from around the bank. Um, go back to my list here. Jason Williams leads Indy Lodi 2-0. Frank Amirani leads Joseph Atia by 1. They are in the second frame there. Donnie Comiskey leads Charlie Brown 1-0. As does Alan Whitfield 1-0 over Michelle Vizina. Steve West 1-0 over Vince Chambers. And Dan Bissonette, Monte Carlo's own, leads Kevin Lee 1-0. And in a great match just to our left of view, Edward Ling leads Nitin Sharma 2-0, Dave.
Yeah, and with that fluke on that brown by Levi Myler, that will be a concession from Tom Finstead. So, as rule states, they'll take about a 5-minute break as Levi Myler has a 2-0 advantage in this round of 32. We'll step aside and be right back with frame 3, an important one for the man from Edmonton.
Absolutely. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please do enjoy this match currently in play. Edward Ling, Nitin Sharma. Well, as you can see, Edwards got a chance here to win frame and match. Oh, he's set up nicely for the double. I believe he's up by 4. Pink required. Should get him nicely on the pink here. And it's there. Oh, and he's not on the pink. Need to play that with a touch of draw. It didn't get there. So
Yeah, that
Edward
might be
up.
trouble.
Well, he's played a good snooker. Nitton's in a bit of trouble now. Trailing 38-29, Dave. 9 points down.
Yeah, and Levi Myler's just broken off in our third frame, but I think we'll just stay here, as this could be the final frame of this match. And
Well,
that's going to do it.
that will do it. Congratulations. Edward Ling defeats a very good player, Nitin Sharma. 3 frames to 0, folks. So we will get you back right now to our feature match. Levi Myler up 2-0 over Tom Zane Finstead. So once again, congratulations, Edward Ling. We'll be moving on to the round of 16 later today, Dave.
Yeah, that's a pretty big upset. Well, those are 2 powerhouse players there. It's tough to decide, but a whitewash victory by Edward Ling. That's impressive.
Very much so. You know, he's been my dark horse pick, but he is an absolute contender this year.
Yeah, that was a tough first round match. So enjoy the match victory a little bit, Edward, but no, you still got a lot more work to do. Here, Tom Finstead's up against it, on the verge of being knocked out as well, trailing 2 frames to 0 in these best of 5 round of 32 matches.
Well, leave it with that 2-0 lead. You may see his arm be a little bit more free, so to speak. He may have loosened up a little. Seemed a little tight in the first frame.
Oh, and he's turned away in disgust. Just wondering, maybe something put him off on the table. He darted, looked to his right after that shot didn't go. Isn't gifted an easy opener for Tom.
And welcome, Gary Austin, tuning in from Edmonton.
Be sure here, Gary's chiming in, right on support for his fellow Edmontonian, Tom Finstead.
See what Levi can manage here.
Does he just play for the red above the black, or does he bring into them?
Has he gone high enough, Dave? It's close. Not quite sure it's there. Just looking at the red above the black from here, so I'm still got a bit of work to do.
Played it with an element of safety. As you can see, his cue balls run nicely back into the bulk area. Tom's going to be mindful of that red near the top right corner. It's a great safety shot, or this good long red.
Oh, that cue ball.
This is a nasty bit of work. I just don't think he has enough angle. Red below the back. Can he clip it? It's just a fashion that potentially it runs through and just nudges the black corner there. Or
This red to right center, not easy. Cueing is difficult. That red's going to hold up. Chance here for Tom. Black is available. Difficult from here, of course. Needs to be low. And he is. So if Tom can clip this black into the corner, Dave doesn't have to worry about position. There is a red also into the right corner. Oh boy.
big pressure shot there as he's missed. He's opened it up for Levi. Golden opportunities. Got a red top left corner. Elementary black to get it back on its spot. And open reds. Oh, what he can't convert on the opening red.
Oh boy, he was off that one quick.
He rushed that. Just seems like maybe came too quickly to that shot.
Well, Tom needs to take full advantage of it. Was not expecting to come back to the table this soon, Dave. Now, does he have the angle? Oh, you can't see anything else, so he's going to be playing the black regardless if he pots it or not. Well, he could see the yellow, but black would be the play, and I think he can pot it. Might need a touch of side. He's played that well, Dave. He's on the red now. Left center, pink waiting to right center. This is his moment. Oh, he came back for the block, so
Done well. Was a little bothered by that red with his bridge hand.
yeah, Tom needs a good contribution here. Let his opponent Levi know that he's not out of it. You know, and Tom's still a fantastic player. He can rifle off a good break given the opportunity, and this is certainly a good opportunity. However, he's trailing 2-0, so it could be a little bit of pressure behind each pot here. And good morning, Mr. Cannon. And we are doing well. Hope you're having a good day, sir.
I think Tom wanted a little cannon into one of those reds. Still has a red to top right corner, but he's going to need to use the rest.
Big shot. Keep this break of 32 going. Oh boy, and he's left it.
Yeah.
But he's in front by 20, 33-13.
That could evaporate quite quickly.
Absolutely, the way the Reds are sitting, there's no reason why Levi should not take the lead here.
As that red covered the pink. Does have a long blue into the green pocket. Rather be on the pink if you can.
And TJ 9373. Yeah, the draw is posted on cloudsnooker.com following the Cbsa National Championship link, as well as many other stats, scores, high breaks, and a lot of the past results.
Yeah, just ran out of position. Had to take the tough blue. So fortunately, Levi couldn't take the lead in the frame, but has slowly crawled back just to erase his arrears to only 11 points. Tom's got an easy red to start things off here.
Well, that's gone a little bit wrong here for Tom. You know, perhaps just a little touch up behind the yellow or brown. Yeah, yellow it is. Not sure about that one.
Well, he might have baited his opponent into trying a long red, hoping that they'll falter and just sell out down table, but not for Levi Myler.
Not this man, no. But there is quite a bit of congestion on the right side cushion. And wisely, Levi ensuring that black.
Yeah. Pink's being a bit of a pain though over there, covering the path. That red closest to the cue ball to go into the right middle bag. Looks like Levi's gonna have to come up for the green with this red. Distance made it difficult. Has he fluked another one?
No. Wow.
Uh,
Isn't that interesting?
He has blocked it, but Tom's just gotta take this red on below the yellow. Just act as he's gonna pot it. There's no red there in the jaws because it certainly will put in another red just like that. And he's on the pink.
Yeah, and that other red's close to that top left corner, Dave. Will serve him well here. Very possible we're going to be getting another frame in this match.
It's come over nicely for this red by his cue ball.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do anything with the white. He can play for the pink. If he overruns it, he's got the yellow right there. But he's up by 11. And looking good so far for this frame.
Nice angle on the pink to come up for that last red, that is. Bit of distance here, but Tom shouldn't have a problem with this red ball into the yellow pocket.
A little bit lower on the pink than he would have liked, but still potable. Yellow available to the opposite corner. 19-point advantage. Tom coming to have a look at the score. If he pots this pink, all he needs is the yellow.
Well done, yes.
There.
Because that green is definitely in a tough position over there. Tied up with the blue on that right cushion. So that's why Tom was evaluating the scoreboard, seeing what he needed. Pink, or yellow, I should say, by the pink is this frame ball.
Oh my. Well, that could change things. But Levi requires the 6 remaining colors, and they are not in a position for a clearance at the moment. Interesting play here. I mean, I believe the yellow is definitely potable. It could be straight. But if Levi can play the yellow off the jaws, stop the white behind the block, it's a little ambitious, Dave. Hopefully the white will kick up the table, and Levi should have a snooker behind the block. But
It's not a bad miss. Didn't
no.
sell it out to Tom.
Oh, this looks good. This looks real good. Oh my. Well, Levi's positionally challenged here. Yellow, absolutely. Having to look now where he can place the white. There's a snooker opportunity there, Dave. And if he can't get into them. Or a possible double?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
Big shot.
Well, he went for broke. Is he going to get the snooker anyway? Oh, my word.
Oh, just has to smile and mutters himself. Can't believe the luck there.
Yeah, because now everything is in the open. Well, I think Levi's got to have that put back. It's his option. Knowing Levi, he's going to have a look at this green. He may take it on, Dave. But now, if he gets the green, brown, blue to pink, fair distance to travel. Oh, he's taking it on.
Good angle to come up. for the blue. Just would be nice to be tight to the vault cushion with this cue ball, because then he'll have the natural angle off the blue to come back down for pink.
Yeah, wants to be close to the cushion as possible. Oh, I think he's straight, Dave, or somewhat straight. See if he can power this one through. Yeah, good amount of stun to get down there. He's done well.
Sure. Little side on that shot too, to kick it up down off that side cushion. So it's definitely there. Frame and match here for Levi.
Needs a bounce, doesn't want to be on the cushion. He's okay.
Great
Frame
steal.
is in his hands.
Wow, he got it. What a steal
What
there by Mahler.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Levi Myler moving on, defeating Tom Finstad 3-0. All right, folks. We're going to check our other table here. Dave, you can stay on camera 1. I'm just going to readjust, and I believe we're going to be going to. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's a match between Frank Amaranti and the gentleman, Joe Attia. We'll have that score up for you momentarily. Currently, Frank leading 2-0 and 17-1 in the third. All right, folks, there's our score for you. So Joe with a lot of work to do, quite capable. However, Frank is highly determined to have a good showing here today. Wants to get to Championship Sunday as everybody does, but only 4 will, Dave. So here we are, third frame. Frank at the table in the lead by 16, 17-1. So it's Mr. Amaranti looking to close this match out here. And not to worry, folks, once our main feature table that we were previously on comes available with another match, we'll get right back to it. Players may have a bit of a break waiting for other matches to conclude. Frank wants that red to stop, and it will hold up just before the left center. Joe looking to open things up and get safe here. Off the bunch to the bulk end. Also, ladies and gentlemen, do have a look. We have started a chat goal here on the Cbsa YouTube channel where you can purchase a super chat or a super sticker. All values are available. And I thank you in advance for considering that. Help show your support and appreciation for everything we do. Truly grateful for each and every one of you for joining us here today on the Cbsa YouTube channel. Like and subscribe. This is where the world is watching the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship. Live from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. I am your host, Rob Richards. David Burney has just stepped aside for a few moments. Not much here for Joe, but a pathway back to the bulk end. Oh, he's hit it with a lot of pace. But that blue, you know, it's on the side cushion. That red next to the black, it may go. Can't exactly tell from here. If it does, pretty sure Frank would be right on it. Just having a quick look now. Oh, Frank's got a good safety here, back to the bulk end. I think he may have taken away the right side or the yellow side of the table for Joe to come back. So it's going to take an effort for him. Well spotted, good out. A little pacey once again, but well done. Franks has a slim chance here with this long red to that corner. Opposite the blue, of course. Be the top left on your screen. Oh, Frank didn't manage to get out. What's he done? Oh, he's left Joe a good starter here. This red to middle. Blue awaits him, and that will open things up. Black may also putt, but if he can get that blue out of there and get position on another red, should serve him well. see there, Joe calling himself on a foul, touching the yellow with the rest. Well, it's giving Frank this chance here. Good red guy on the block. See if he can capitalize, but my goodness, has he run away. Score should update in a moment or two, folks. Frank at the table. Wow, very surprising, but Joe's got to put in a good contribution here. Give him a mental boost. You know, he's okay on this block. Might not have the best angle, can't exactly see where he is. But ultimately, I think he's okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Frank's sitting in his chair, a little grimace on his face, wants the best out of his opponents. Didn't think he was coming back to the table this soon. Alright, so the players are keeping score, folks. It's not appearing on our screen as of yet. We just got to wait for Cloud Snooker to pick it all up. Paulo, matches are pretty much on schedule so far. However, yeah, if Levi's match is on stream, sure, but if they're on our feature table, we don't know. We're not in control of that at the moment. It's pretty much on and off and up to the tournament directors. But there is a possibility. However, I don't think Levi is scheduled to be on the stream table. And this is a bit of a bonus coverage right now. So players are warming up on our feature table. You're very welcome, Paulo. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you so much for being here. Do purchase a super chat or super sticker. Show your support and appreciation for everything that we are seeing here this week. Thank you so much for tuning in. Your time is valuable and very much appreciated. that you're spending it here with us. Now, unfortunately, if you're wondering about what's going on with the score, the players are keeping score on the tablets. We can see that. But for this match, sometimes there's a bit of a connection issue with the scoring server or the internet connection at the club to that server. However, it will catch itself up. All right, I just tried refreshing the scoring link. It's remained the same, so it's a server issue at the moment, unfortunately. So we're not exactly sure of the score, but the frame score is correct. Frank in the lead, 2-0. All right, folks, stay tuned. I'm going to step aside just for a few moments, see what I can do, and I will return momentarily.
We hope you all have been enjoying this bonus coverage here of Frank and Moretti taking on Joe Attia. Frank leading in the match 2-0 and is leading in this third frame 54-11. On our featured table, they're just practicing in the Sweet 16 stage. It's going to be Christopher Wood taking on Vito Puopolo. Vito has the high run of the tournament so far at 91. So just giving you a heads up on that programming note. And once Vito and Chris are set to play, we'll move over to that best of 7 round of 16 match.
Yes, Dave, and that should, well, that's going to be a very interesting match, one that I'm highly anticipating will be, you know, very competitive.
Yep, 2 previous champions. Vito a bit more recently, back in 2022. And Chris Wood won it a long time ago. Going way back, 1992. So 30 years difference between when those 2 players won. So unfortunately, one of them is going to be going home, and one will continue their pursuit to become a 2-time Canadian national champion.
All right, Dave, I think they are setting the table for Chris and Vito, so we are going to change our score and transition back to that, our feature table. And we'll have the score up on screen for you viewers momentarily. What a match this is.
So Chris has won the toss, electing to break off. Frame number 1, Sweet 16
Yes, we are
underway.
set.
Hopefully Vito was able to shake off what was going on yesterday. Came away with the match victory, was great, but just his body language, and to me felt like something was a little amiss.
You're right, he absolutely was. But like I said, if he could get through yesterday, which he did, have a bit of a break last night, and come back today fresh. So we'll see how things kick off here. He's attempted that long red, didn't go his way. You know, Vito doesn't want to just coast through matches. He wants to perform well, despite how his opponent does.
Well, Chris can't capitalize on that long pot mistake by Vito. Trying to double with the element of safe. So left to red on, and would have had black right in the top right corner. Thanks everybody for chiming in on the OBSA YouTube channel. Appreciate the kind comments that you're providing. We're just happy that you're enjoying great snooker action here at the Canadian National Snooker Championships at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, just east of Toronto. It's championship weekend. So if you're in the neighborhood, feel free to come on down. It's a bit warm out there, but the air conditioning is on, so it's kind of a cool place to be. Looks like they already know not much is going to go on here. So a re-rack to get things going. Nice to see. We don't want to be in a stalemate for too long. Both players realize Chris running in there. There's going to be a little tit for tat for a few moments. So usually it's the referee's call. He'll approach the players and tell them if you've not seen any progress in the present situation, that'll call a re-rack. But with no referee present, both players definitely have too many agreements, and with no score on the board, happily ready to re-rack, get this round of 16 match started again. Christopher Wood, frame one. I just wonder if that red on the right side was blocking his path. Thought he could just clip off, come off the top cushion, at least get past that red. The right cushion, get into bulk, but hasn't sold an easy starter for Chris. Nice double. Played up the element of safe. See where his cue ball is. It's got a nice ankle on this red, just be above the blue. Just coming down. Just thinking of Pika seeing maybe that pot is there, but the plant, I should say. I might lay for it here just to run through gently on this blue. There's two reds to the bottom and left of the pack. Not welded together, so a bit of difficulty. Well, he's got a slim chance. It's not on a great red, but get that red into the yellow pocket with element of safe. Just doesn't want it to rattle the jaws, so hit it firm enough that it doesn't stay within the pocket. Just a little short of pace to be ideal. You don't want to put him tight to the ball cushion. Just to run nicely done by Vito. This low fortune, he's gone close to the left cushion.
Oh, Vito opportunity sits in front of him. Not much in it, and it's now best of 7 in this round of 16.
He's got a path, it looks like, for this red, left to black.
He's not too bad on the black. You know, if he can get on the red just below the bunch to the right corner, same pocket as the black, things will open up. Of course, there's a red to left center as well. But he's on the red to bottom left corner. Gonna need the rest.
Just letting his opponent know they spot a little bit of dirt on the cue ball. Just wanting to clean it. He also can call over head referee Kevin Patrick. As well, we'll see the great Sylvain Etier donning the white gloves in the latter part of this tournament. He's another one of our referees.
Oh boy, what's he done? I thought he was just gonna play it with a little slight stun draw, stay on the left side of the black. He tried to roll through, come to the opposite side. Well, it's gone wrong. Only 15 scored. Gives him the 1 point advantage here in this opening frame.
He's only allowed Chris to see one red. Just play a containing safety. Get the left side of this red out in the open. What pace. The tactician is in the house, Christopher Wood. Gotta watch out, he's got a great snooker mind, the 92 champ.
Oh, I think Vito left this red on here for Chris.
going to have to play for the long red into the yellow pocket. It's just blocking each other down here at the top end.
Yeah, Chris nursing that 7-point lead here, 22-15. Reds are open. Looking at the long red, close to that top left corner. Oh boy.
A lot of things moving there. Unfortunately, Chris, the red not going to the bottom of the pocket didn't happen. It's an opportunity for Vito. Trailing just by a small 7 points. So open, they can draw back on this blue. A couple reds to play with the top left corner. Black is beautifully open to both top corner pockets. It's all there for the taking for Vito in this first frame. Nicely played. Might just be playing for this red. Right of the pink, that one out in the open. Looks like he kind of has the angle. Nope. Just drawing it back. Does have that red for the middle bag on the right side. It's just tough sometimes. Our vantage point, just the angle players have. Sometimes we think it's a little bit lower than actually what it is at the table. Levi just put off a little bit by Levi at the table, as you can see on left part of your screen.
This is a great chance for Vito to increase his lead even more. You know, Dave, it's not much, but he is looking a little bit better today.
Yeah, there's always a serious demeanor for these players. Even our friend Andre Waugh was just bouncing off the roofers last night. He had a match victory, so he was quite excitable last night. But when Andre gets on the table, he's very serious. But
Yes.
as we mentioned, it just seemed something was off with Vito. But you're absolutely correct there, Rob. Just seems a bit more focused there. Isn't bothered by the little nuances that are in this room. Very active, very busy place here in Scarborough, the corner bank. And they do have Looks like a 9-ball tournament going on as well. So they double booked. Hopefully both the 9-ball and snooker players can have respect for each other, for their both disciplines.
You know, even though Chris trailing in this frame by 21, 43-22 down, the way the reds are sitting and the colors being all in their spots, Dave, that 21 points is really not that much at this point of the frame.
Playing a little defensive snooker. There was a red on for Vito into the yellow pocket. The only red he would have left on if he missed. He could have played it with top to run up for a potential pop color. And Debbie Pye, I'm glad you're enjoying your day off. She hasn't had one in months, so she's just going to sit back, sip on a tea, and enjoy the great snooker action here.
That sounds like a wonderful plan, Debbie.
Very nice shot there by Chris. Vito's in a bit of trouble there. A real gap to come through the green and blue. Hit one of those left reds.
Appears Mr. Wood is stepping aside for a brief moment.
Just looking to refill his water glass.
Well, Vito contemplates his next course of action here. Ideally, well, it might be a two-cushion escape on. It's ambitious. Oh, he hit it thick. But with that block tied up, Chris is going to do well for position. He's got the blue available on the spot, red to left center, red to corner, so he's got a lot of options here.
He's okay with that red being a little low on the blue. Red just above it. It's nicely there. I'll just gingerly float by the green and brown, come off the bulk cushion, be plumb on the red after this blue goes into the right middle.
Doesn't want to be over the green. No. He is slightly, but a little bit awkward. It's going to be hard to control the white.
Hampered by that green, made that red much more difficult than it could have been.
Vito's going to have a pot on, same red, opposite middle. Going to need a good bounce. Caught the knuckle of the corner, but he's okay, Dave. Yellow should get him back into position on his following red. Any of the bulk colors, really.
Put a nice flick on the blue beyond this open red.
Now, does he go into the pink? Playing with a little bit of draw, you see, so possibly not. Well, little shake of the head, but he's somewhat gotten away with one there.
Yeah, playing with that draw just makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, even though that wasn't Vito's best play, he's just got to forget about it. It's in the past, sit in his chair, and prepare himself to come back to the table. Leading, he's up by 20, 4 reds remaining, so you know, he knows that every time he gets to the table and he misses a putt like that, it was a great opportunity to score and score heavy. Chris is going to have a bit more of a challenge here with these 2 reds next to the pink and black. Oh, where's this red going? Oh, it's going to be potable. So Mr. Vito Puopolo comes back to the table with a good starter here. I don't know. I think he was possibly, Dave, that pink might go to right center if Vito had the correct angle. But it's awfully tight. So blue it is. Now what's he done? Oh, he played the putt, but almost with an element of safety to it.
Yeah, just clipping off the right side of this red, going up and down table with his cue ball. It's going to be the idea for him. Just got to avoid that yellow pocket.
Oh, that's a good nudge off the corners. Yeah, and it's still this man, Vito Puopolo, ladies and gentlemen, with the high break, sitting at 91. And the putter 6. In regards to Charlie Brown, scores available on cloudesnooker.com, but I can tell you that he has taken a 2-1 frame advantage in his match. His match is still best of 5, of course, over Donnie Comiskey. we're coming down to the business
The
end of this
ropes.
opening frame, Dave.
We are. It's a little cagey little first frame here. Neither player really letting their hair down. It's both first match of the day for both these fellas. There's a lot of pressure. Vito has the high break at 91. Chris rattled in an 82. So both players fully aware that if there's a falter, one shot, they could be sitting for about 20 minutes time.
Well, this is going to be interesting here, Dave. Chris Wood still trailing by 21. Good position to pot this red, of course, but that red's sitting directly behind the pink here. Question now for Chris is, does he play for a color, or does he play that snooker? Or does he get the nudge? Well, he's got the nudge, but he's... Well,
Yeah, great effort to develop that red. Just color is a little bit difficult. Be some blue if he takes it on to the yellow pocket. Yeah, I just wanted to get a good cue ball.
yeah, he does.
I think he has the snooker. On second thought, looks like he does. Vito doing a little chalk mark. Definitely real helpful. A lot of these players are adapting to put a chalk mark or put a coin down just to mark where that cue ball is in these foul, potentially missed scenarios. Yeah, good hit, didn't sell it out. Might be a long pot on for Chris, but that's pretty difficult.
Yeah,
Only
there's
trailing
nothing,
by 20 points, so 35 on.
yeah, there's nothing too straightforward here. Sometimes when the safety is as difficult as the pot, perhaps you're better off going for the pot. But Chris trailing by 20 needs a color. Wow, he's played that good. Played that real well.
That's what you're going to get with Chris Wood, one of the great minds of the sport. Did take a little break from snooker, but has come back. Little absence, dipped his hand into the pool world.
very nicely done. Now, it's hard to tell with Chris sometimes. The putt is on for most people. Block nut on the spot, but can certainly putt the right if he chooses and get position. But he may choose to play another safety here, Dave, if the opportunity arises.
Ooh, wow, that just kind of rolled off a little bit at the end there. Didn't know if he was going to get the cover leading up to that green, but then it just slightly rolled off left.
Yeah, Chris is keeping the pressure on Vito. Like I said, that 20 points can evaporate, but Vito's done well with these last few snookers from Chris. He's not only hit them, Dave, he's got them relatively safe. Well, here we go. And he's nicely on the yellow. So he's going to need this yellow and then the 6 remaining colors.
Yeah, delicate little stun into the right middle so he can hold for this yellow because it will come back as it was potted after. Oh, can't convert. He did everything right with the shot except putting that yellow into the pocket.
Yeah, so Vito still requires yellow and green. 19 points in front.
Nothing but net.
Well done.
Looking good for Vito Puopolo to take this first frame. Best of 7, round 16 match.
And this brown should secure the frame and keep Chris in his chair. And there it is, Dave. So frame 1 will likely go to this man, Vito Puopolo. That's got to give Vito a little bit of a boost. Getting that first frame of the match on the board. And there's a concession, so in fact, it is Vito Puopolo now in front, 1 frame to nothing here, folks. Stay tuned, frame 2 coming right up.
And Vito's got us going, so you know this frame unfolds.
Quite the interesting start in that first frame. Well, half-hearted attempt at the putt. More interested in getting that white to the bottom cushion.
Come with into the bulk area, just a little flick off the pack. Very clever shot. I think it's taken the thin flicks off any of the reds on the left of the pack. Surely can't be trying this plant. This is ambitious. Oh,
Oh, it certainly would have been, but as you said, Dave, rather ambitious. He may have had a quick glance at it, but nothing more than a second or two. So Vito can't easily run back the white into the bulk game now that red is there. Can still play that red, but it's going to be hard to control the white. Well, I think Chris has gifted Vito a red top right corner. Be a good pot. Queuing down on the white. Looking to stay on the block.
oh,
Oh,
drew
and it
back
just,
enough
yeah,
that he didn't leave that red above the black. But he's left it right over the pocket for Chris. Got to travel about 11 feet 6 inches to get to it. Yeah, he's got a couple of reds in the bulk area that he can play around with.
Chris not even entertaining the pot. Looking to get the white down to the bottom cushion, well short of the mark. Is left red on for Vito here.
Yeah, that yellow didn't even get a chance to get to that pocket. Surprising shot by Chris. Now Vito's gonna just let him think about that last shot, sit him in his chair for a while, just waiting for Levi Myler to take his shot on the adjacent table. Obviously Vito just taking one red. Obviously it'd be a bit of disturbance if he had Potted a few more reds with colors because then you start getting in a flow, humming along. Good angle on this red to get on the black.
Yeah, like I said, Vito is getting better and better as time goes on. It's, you know, he's still missing some easy pots, some pots that we would call that he's going to put in the back of the pocket. However, he did have, as we mentioned earlier, Dave, he did struggle quite a bit yesterday. So this is, well, this is good for Vito, but he's in tough here with Chris. So he's going to have to be mindful.
Go into the pack here, hoping for a bit of luck. Great cue parry wanted to zip around. It might just be a slim hope. Vito taking a look to see if that red passes the yellow into the green pocket. Looks like it does.
Oh, if he gets on this blue, oh, just traveled a little bit too far. So yellow's still available. Red's still above the brown in that bulkhead. Of course, now he's going to be thinking about going into the bunch. So you may see Vito, he could play for the blue here, but it's not on its spot. So the angle to the bunch is not going to be guaranteed. Could play for the brown to the top right corner to go into the bunch off the side cushion. Wow. That's what they call in the middle of nowhere. Still, the pot's on, but getting into the bunch from here is going to be challenging. And somewhat aggressive, really. Good white, missed the block. No, but look at this.
Push the black to cover up that right middle pocket. Still goes to green, but a little bit more distance for that red ball to travel, making it that much more difficult. It's the only red that Vito will leave on. He takes it on. It's come up, and it's there. Becoming up a few cushions. Looking to hopefully be behind the brown or yellow. He's boarded the brown nicely. And he's only left one red that Chris can see. Ooh. Black just came back a little bit. Stuff these tables have been around for quite a while. And there are house tables, so sometimes
Yes.
you get players that are just want to try the game of snooker, and sometimes it really is terrible when people are trying to spot a color ball and they feel like it's not coming on the spot. They use another ball to hammer it down, and unfortunately, that puts a little dent in there. Great trick that the wonderful Michaela Tab once told me is if you're having a problem spotting a color ball, just take your thumb fingernail and go against the nap to kind of brush it up a little bit, and that should hold the spot for your color.
Well, here we go for Chris. Trailing once again, 28 down, 30 to 2. Get a good draw here, and he's just about perfect.
Yeah, nice angle on that bottom red because it's done for the black. There's an open red left of the bunch. So Chris isn't good here. Yeah, good angle to play for that red of the pack.
Yeah, the thing with Chris, though, Dave, is no matter what deficit he faces, if there's enough points on the table, he's quite capable of clearing up. So until the frame's over, he's still in it.
Yeah, he's going to have a big next shot. This red is to go in. He's going to need a color, and he's going to open up these reds. Might just have an ability to get that red below the pink. He's having a little right look at it. Just got into them a little bit. That bottom red go. The one just above it just might be hampering a little bit him on the bonding angle. That's a game of millimeters. Just might be out. He's trying to will it to be there. So Chris breaks down on a break of 21, but he's right back in the frame, only trailing by 9 points. Vito Poapel with the lead in the frame and the match. 1-0 in this best of 7 Sweet 16 round affair. And if you're in Southern Ontario, we're at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, 925 Warden Ave. Great snooker action all day as well. Our friends Bob Hargrove and Didi have set up a little station for the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame. Got a little bit of swag there. You probably hopefully can catch them before they go over and check out the Toronto Blue Jays later today. Never know what kind of snooker royalty will come into the room. Yesterday we had the great Cliff Thorburn popped in. I think a few days ago Bob Chaperone was in. It's a great championship. We'd love to see it if you can make it down if you're in the area, but always appreciate everybody tuning in on the stream.
So while the players have just stepped away, we're going to go over some scores from Cloud Snooker. So we have Charlie Brown still up 2-1 over Donnie Kaminsky, 37-0 in that fourth frame. Alan Whitfield and Michelle Vizina are tied 2 frames apiece. Kevin Lee and Dan Bissonette are also tied 2 frames apiece. Dan led that match 2-0 at one point. Andre Wild and Phil Snake are just getting underway, as is Chucky and Kwan and Elias Hamidi. Blake Martell is taking on Scott Zhu late in the first frame, so 0-0 there. And its current Ontario champion Levi Myler leads Jason Williams 1 frame to nothing. As Chris Woods and Vito Puopolo have returned. Chris Woods at the table.
They might have lit the path for this red.
Yeah. Chris only down by 9 here. Again, keeping things tight as a red open to left corner. Wow, great putt by Mr. Wood. So no putt on. Going to keep things tight. Tuck up behind the yellow. A little firm. He's afforded Vito a way out here. Snookered, yes, he's going to have to come off 1, possibly 2 cushions.
Yeah, could flick off it or just roll into them very gingerly. Well struck. Yeah, our good friend Roland chime in, and he's happy to see Chris playing again. I don't know Chris as well as you do, Roland, but it seems like when the snooker claws sink into you, it's there for life. Our good friend Darren Taylor, former U.S. national champion, once told to me, you might be away from the snooker room for a few years, so if life interferes, but when you make a friend in a snooker environment, you're friends for life. This frame's kind of grinded to a little bit of a halt here. The tactical affair between the two. Nice effort. Out of a plant to nothing, really. I'm thrilled to have that red go in. But his main purpose is getting cue ball safe into the bulk area for Vito.
Well, Vito, good chance here to put a few points together. Pink is there. He's got his choice of red now. Not perfect on either one, but both are potable. Yeah, Chris could be coming back to the table, being down more points than he would like. Vito not high enough to play for the red below the black, but he's got two reds on the left side cushion. Wow. Vito didn't come off the cushion as much as he wanted, but either red's still potable. He may not even have to use the red or the rest rather, if he plays the outermost red. And if he's fortunate, could get on the black into the same pocket. Still fancy him for it. Another nudge on the red will help. Oh, he's not in the black, but he does have the pink. Play it to left middle or top left corner, yellow pocket. Now in front, 45-22, so 23 points to the good.
Yeah, pink to yellow will give him the angle to hold for this second to last red. But it's a little bit more difficult. Pink to the left middle, a little easier, but as you can see, quite a lot of distance between his object ball and cue ball.
Close,
Effort.
but nope.
He played it with safety on mind.
Absolutely. He won't be too bad. He does have a decent lead here in the second, 51-22. So 29 in front. With 43 on. Oh,
And
Chris almost got that white behind the black.
yeah, missed a trick there. You can tell by his reaction, just kind of turned away from the table in disgust. Vito got a chance as well, get behind the black off this red close to the left cushion.
That was the double. Close, but not close enough. Yeah, Chris is rightfully so taking an extra moment here. Trying hard to stay in this frame. Looking for the cross double. It's not there. White will travel. Reds are on. This frame by all rights, Dave, should be 2-0 now for Vito. But we've seen stranger occurrences happen.
Agreed, it would be a colossal meltdown if Vito isn't able to snitch this frame. Already leading by 29, 43 on, but two open reds. Oopsie. They're in just very peculiar positions, these two reds. The angle that he's taken on this one, it's going to take him down to the top end of the table.
He's just got to commit to one or the other.
Just finding the right ball and to come back for the opposite one. That topper red closer to the bulk line.
Yeah,
Been able to do something with the bulk color.
well, now that he's on the block, this is frame ball. 30 in front. This will give him 37 with 35. If he can get the last red, that should keep Chris in his seat. So Vito knowing that.
Certainly thought about that one. That black didn't go in sweetly. It had to use a little bit of the jaw. Big last red here for Vito.
Oh boy. Perhaps, can't see Dave, but perhaps that's all he could see of it. If he couldn't see the potting angle, I'm not sure why he didn't cut it thinner to avoid the green. Because one snooker required is not much for Chris to achieve. And now that green is in an even better spot.
Yeah, last red. Always that chance of free ball as well. That can lurk around.
Oh, just a little short. Had a good line there.
Yeah,
Chris can be creative. But as you're saying, he doesn't have the snooker. Pot is on for Vito. Wow. Okay then. Vito will certainly be feeling much better going into frame 3. Up by 40 with 27 on. I do believe as Chris is just letting Vito finish his turn.
Yeah, Chris is going to need to do something. He's going to need to channel the supporters, get some hope to go into this third frame. Still not in the match. He wants that first frame. Just feel like he's in the match. Concession there. So Vito Puapol takes that frame 64-22 and leads the match 2 frames to nil. An important frame in the third one for Chris Wood. Can he mount the comeback there? Or will Vito put a commanding 3-0 advantage? We'll find out in a few moments' time.
Oh, here we go. Frame 3 underway. Chris with a good break. Good white in the bulk end. He's covered the open reds. Well, the putting angle is the open reds, rather. Well, that black's now tied up in the bunch momentarily. However, Vito will be playing off the outermost red just above the black to the right of the pink. Should be able to get the white nicely back to the bulk end. And that, as you see, has opened the black.
Vito might be thinking a few shots ahead. Let's open up that black.
Yes.
Hopefully Chris can falter on his safety, open up an easy red. Vito can get into the driver's seat with that opened up black.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, Dave, Chris is not playing all that bad. You know, he's made some good pots. Hasn't taken full advantage of the opportunities that Vito has gifted him. It's just Vito seems to be turning it up a notch. Not at his best just yet, but he is getting a little bit more confident, a little bit better. So that being said, Vito's going to be dangerous. Should he get out of this match going forward, when he gets closer to the finish line of any event, he's a dangerous man.
That's a good attribute to have. We see so many players when they're getting close to that finishing line just stutter to get there or not even get there, let their opponent back in to steal a match. Little fluke on that last red allowed Vito to get in with this green. Now Vito takes this match 3-0. There will be a 5-minute interval before the fourth frame. As William states, in this Canadian national event, no player can win out without a break. He falters on that mid-range red.
Yeah. Only 4 points in it.
Oh, Chris.
Wow.
It's going to hurt.
Well, yeah, yes and no. I mean, he hasn't left anything on. Everything is tight. Vito actually, wow, he's putting them back in. No surprise. I mean, I would have thought, me myself, Dave, I would take these, put myself in, give myself a chance to open the reds, get a good white back in the bulk area, and put the pressure on my opponent to either play a great safety or a good pot.
Yes, I would agree on that tactic, Rob.
But Vito seems happy with, well, he's happy with his choice, putting Chris back in. May have afforded him a long red here to left corner.
Will slightly raise a hand because I think he's got the cover with the brown on this red close to the green pocket. Chris just waiting for player Don Bissonette.
Yeah, Dan is moving on in the event, Dave, defeating Kevin Lee 3 frames to 2. Kevin Lee trailed Dan at one point, 2 frames to nothing, so valiant effort from him. Great young players, done good things for his own game. So a good outing for him. But as I said, it will be Dan moving on.
Yeah, it's a little messy kind of table here. Pink and black rather tied up on reds. Great ball out there is the blue. Fortunate enough it is on its spot. So available to many pockets.
Yep, so with that win from Dan, our top 16 is set.
Yeah. Just opened up the pink. And he hasn't left a red on for Vito. Just clip off this lonely red on the right side. the angle to get close to the yellow. So a little safety exchange here. It's not a bad one. Doesn't look like any real pathway.
That's right.
That open red by the top left corner. And safety's a bit tricky too.
I think he can come off at left side cushion to the red, closest to the cushion, with a pace to get that white down to the bottom cushion, or tuck up right to it. But a little too much pace, so that red he played is on.
Just wears the color afterwards.
That's the only challenge for Chris right now. He may have to play the pot and forego the position, and then play safe off the color.
Yeah, the thin cut is going to cannon into these two reds along the top cushion.
Appears a little job would help.
He's found a gap. He's got a nice cannon on the blue. He's in.
That will play. That will definitely work for him. But the high value colors, pink is potable. It's not great. Black tied up for the moment. Well, he's got a choice of reds here. This is going to be red to left corner, screw back up for pink to right center. He's also got the red here above the bunch. You know, perhaps Chris took that one because of where the pink would have spotted, would have tied it up again. So don't blame him for playing that one. Still no reason why he didn't get it. But Vito being allowed back in. Only 2 points in it. So we still got a bit of snooker scheduled for today, folks. We have the conclusion of this match, and then one more match on this main table. However, if there's other matches that we can get to, Dave, we will bring them to you, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for tuning in. We'll be here as long as needed.
Vito had a nice blue there, pulled up just in time for this red to the top right. Draw back or come off the top cushion. The great Ronnie O'Sullivan once said, you know, a lot of these amateur players really want to put some big draw on the ball and do those fancy shots. He's like, there's cushions on the table. Use them. They're there for a reason. Don't take any wild shots that you're not proficient at, like the deep screws. Use that cushion to get in position.
That's right. actually on the block here. That's a bit of fortune. Well, his next red might be a little bit more challenging. He's had an issue using the rest. So we'll see how he gets on here. A little bit that might help him. He doesn't have to do too much with the weight, so. Oh, just wriggled its way in, Dave.
And he's developed a nice spread into the right middle. This might be end of break here for Vito. It's going to need a good color to keep things going. Wonderful shot by Vito.
Well, slowly but surely, Vito's increasing his lead. That break at 23 puts him 31 to 6, 25 points in front. You know, Vito hasn't won these last two frames with any big breaks per se. He's just taking what he can get and giving less.
Yeah. A slow burn. He's inching his way to victory. Does have a good lead at 2-0. Would love to be in the driver's seat going into the break if it does become 3-0. Good spot there by Chris. And he's got a good angle on the green to come back down table. But it's messy down there. 4 balls at least below the black spot. Maybe even a 5th. Yes, our friend Danny Mack tuning in. You are correct that Chris Wood defeated Fern Loyer in the 1992 Canadian National Championship out in Saskatchewan. This is Saskatoon proper by a scoreline of 8-1. So
Yes.
is there a little pathway here for this red? It looks like it. He's taking it on with confidence. Now playing that pink with an element of safe. See where his cue ball's gone. We do hear good things in Saskatchewan. Joseph Ian Hyde doing some wonderful things out there. Now, safety was of paramount importance for Vito. He's achieved that. Might be in store for a little safety battle here. 20 points, 8 points in it. 6 of the remaining 7 red balls are below the black spot.
That Vito with that 28-point lead, 38-10. He's looking good for this third frame, but that 28 points can evaporate, especially with a player like Chris Wood. Wow, has he hit that good? So Chris will attempt to return the favor here.
Yeah, he's brought that one out, but I don't think Vito's going to be entertained in trying to pot it. It's real close to the pink. They might hit the pink and red simultaneously. If he's going to take that, I think if I was Chris Wood, I'd be calling head referee Kevin Patrick to come over to take a look at it.
Of course, that's always their option. Oh, he missed the center knuckle. But gonna work out for him. Nicely done.
And Al Edwards chiming in. Is it Wood or Woods? Is Christopher Wood? You might add a little S by mistakes, but Christopher Wood is his name. He was the 92 Canadian national champion. Good Saskatchewan talk in the chat as well. I've heard that there's a small little town that has a railway train museum, and in the basement of the museum, they've got a 6x12 snooker table. So amazing where these tables appear. As well as the North Van Fire Department, if you can believe, has a beautiful Oxford table in their little clubhouse. I was able to check out that table once. They don't use it a lot for playing, mostly storage. The table is beautifully designed. The legs, great craftsmanship. Slate's all right. Cloth and rubbers are another story, but hopefully, if they need to get rid of that up there in northern Vancouver, that can find a good home. My friend John Tishart. Haven't seen John Tishart in a few years. It'd be nice if he could come into the room. I know he's living in the Southern Ontario region, but he has made his own table.
Really?
What a beautiful table that he has. Yeah, I think it was involved in a few tournaments down here.
Wow.
I think that's maybe what we need to help here a little bit. If we can find maybe a table builder in the community in Canada who wanted to make their name, hopefully we scratch their back, they scratch our back. We use their new tables in the tournaments, but they help and make a sponsorship donation by setting up and taking down the tables. Because that's always a huge expense, and that's why we find a lot of these tournaments are in rooms as opposed to conference halls as they used to be.
Correct.
I know the players would love to be in a nice, quiet environment, the way snooker is played. But when you're looking around a table that has 5 pieces of 300-pound slate, it's no easy task. You definitely need an army of workers. So Chris in a bit of trouble here. He's in a snooker. Just doesn't want to give Vito an easy red. Well, with the 5 reds below the black spot, a run out is very tough.
Yep. Taking a few extra moments on this one, Dave. Trailing 29 down. Doesn't want to go 3-0 down in this best of 7. He's got a good line. Well done, Mr. Chris Woods.
So Chris should be able to just nick off the left side of this red on the right cushion. Take his cue ball off the top cushion and come back into bulk. Ooh, interesting.
Wow.
Into
Oh, it's all happening.
Yeah, I think that cue ball was headed for that middle pocket, so he did get saved by the red not going in, but unfortunately the kiss there just left the red on for Vito. It's got a nice angle on the green to come down table, but oh, it's a messy piece of business there underneath that black. I've had Friday nights that look better than that. Nice red there by Vito. It's got pink or blue into that right middle. What is opting for the black, cannon into the blue for the hold for the red? Or just increasing his lead with a nice 7-point black and then elect to run and hide. It's tough to tell. Does that red of the black, does it go through the path here? Vito thinks so, and it almost did. Oh. Valiant effort. Hit it with safety in mind. That little 19 break puts them up by 40, 50 to 10.
Yeah.
59 points on the table.
Slowly inching his way to that finishing line, but Chris Woods is not done yet. Well, he's got a pot. See if he can make good of it.
He almost flipped that green in right middle. Would have been great because this red does hum along the top cushion. And will go into the top right corner. Just a little bit of bad luck. Want to run just a little more, at least beyond that green. Vito just needs one of these reds. Put us to the snooker's required stage. Leading by 40 points and 43 points on the table. And for any new viewers, as we say, 43 points, what do you mean? Well, as you can see, those two reds are left on the table, and the most you can take is with another black. So red, black, that would equal 16 points. And then you have the remaining colors, which total up to 27 points. And that's how we get to the 43-point mark. So sometimes you hear us commentating on that with 59 remaining or 35. It's always taken into account that there's a red, and the most points you can get with the red is an extra 7 with that black. So that's how we come up with that calculation. I was fortunate enough to knock in that green. Chris using that kind of loop bridge in. Most players like to create a V between their thumb and pointing finger. As long as you can deliver the cue straight through that cue ball, that's all that matters. And looks like all of our Sweet 16 round matches are underway. Cloudsnooker.com is the source to find out all your information about the tournament. See the results, see how the knockout phase is progressing, even if you wanted to go back and see all the players that participate in the round robin phase. You can also see high breaks there. I believe Vito Pawapol still retains the high break of 91. And as well, all the matches are equipped with tablets. They'll have live scoring on that cloudsnooker.com website, so you can track your favorite player even if they're not on the TV screen. Yeah. It's the red Vito needed.
All right, folks, I've returned. Had to take care of a few technical setups we're working on for tomorrow to make sure the semifinals and finals go off without a hitch. So I am back. I am here. Chris Woods trailing 52-11, 42 behind with 35 on, Dave. I tell you, Vito is going to be one tough competitor in this next frame if he does, in fact, go into that frame 3-0 up.
Yeah, Chris will be happy to see that interval. It's just a splash of water on face, a little wake-up call, a little pep talk. There's no dressing room, but maybe these players have their mobile dressing room, their car. But they can give themselves a little pep talk too.
Well, that's not bad.
Very clever.
So 41 the difference.
Just wonder if the blue comes into play with the two cushion escape coming down the top end of the table. We're going to come out the cushion with side. This is dangerous.
Well, so one more required.
And you need to hit that with pace. Give him a chance for the green. So Tough table run out. A lot of real estate to cover here for Chris. As you mentioned, he does need the snooker. This cluster of high value colors could be a pain if he's trying to cover behind them. But trailing by 29 is just the one snooker. Where's everything going to stop here? Oh, I think there's a path. There's a path, and Vito can use this green to help his yellow go into the right middle. A little pacey on the snooker. He's got a good cue ball, but see if Vito just elects to roll this yellow into the top left corner. Vito would love to put another color ball safe to the cushion. Make the comeback even that more difficult for Chris. Brown is a decent reprieve as that's in a tough potting position up there. Oh, very nice result there for Chris. It's got Vito a bit in trouble. Good hit by Vito. Danny Mack loving the Saskatchewan talk. Daryl Wooters, yeah, champion in '93. Last time I saw him, this is David Burney talking, not Rob Richards. Last time I saw Daryl, it was, I believe, at the Richler Cup in 2018 in Red Deer, Alberta. So it's been a while since I've seen Daryl. Hopefully he's doing well. He's got a lot of wrapping around the butt of his cue, as I remember.
Still at the snooker's required stage, 52-23 in favor of this man, Vito Puopolo. 29 in front, 27 on, Dave. Vito would love nothing more to see this yellow strike the back of the leather, that top left corner. opting for the safety or the snooker behind the three colors here at the bottom end.
Played it beautifully.
Yeah, I can't see Vito going for a pot unless he's 100% sure that he's going to make it. You know, he knows how good Chris was. He knows how good Chris still is. So, won't be taking any won't be taking any chances that are not necessary. And Chris, however, well, going forward next frame, I think he's got to step out a little bit. Might be out of his comfort zone. He's kept the game tight, kept the balls tight for good reason, of course. But I think he's at the point now, on the verge of 3-0 down, Dave, that he might want to open things up and step out.
Yeah, that was a missed trick for Vito there. Just didn't get enough pace. Trying to hook Chris again on the high value colors. Not give him a path to this yellow.
Well, I think the line was there, but no, the line was not there, and well short of pace. So this yellow here, quite sure Vito will have a go at it. Yellow and green should conclude the frame. Well hit. Yellow to that top right corner, nicely done. We'll simply roll this green to right middle. Oh no, Chris will come back.
Yeah, I think that green would have sealed the frame there for Vito.
Yes. Chris switched the players on the score, but there we go. Now he's counted the yellow. So 31 the difference, 25 on.
He's got a nice little wall that he can hide behind at the top end. So
Yeah, and the thing here, Dave, thin off this green into the brown. He's got the angle to come right back down behind that little wall. Oh, but he hasn't hit it. It was there too, and it would have been a good one.
dude, just take a look, just seeing, does the screen just go by that brown? Tough to see from our vantage point, but I wouldn't blame him if he tried to take it on.
He's got to be absolutely sure, because if he hits it thick, he could very well knock the brown in. It'll be unfortunate. Yeah. Played it thin.
That double kiss isn't too bad.
Well, depends what Vito can maneuver here. He's having a look now to see if he can get the white behind the brown, but doesn't want to make a mess of it. He may have to reside the fact just to put distance between object ball and white ball. Yeah, certainly wants to keep the green in that end of the table. Well, wouldn't be surprised if Chris had a go at the brown here. blue's in a good spot, but if he pots the brown, there's one less ball he can hide behind. Keep the brown on the table if he can, and blue, pink, and black are not in bad position. He went for it. Well, I think a bit of a shot to nothing here from Mr. Puopolo. Late in the third, Dave. In
Yeah,
or over.
leading the match. Fancy him to take this on. Get this frame done sooner than later.
Yeah, last thing Vito wants to do is give Chris an opportunity by leaving the brown down this bottom end. He wants to keep that separation with the brown towards the bulk end.
Oh, this could be frame over. A little too thin. It's not the easiest of brown, but when you're leading and snookers are required, it's that much more easier.
Oh boy, look at the white though. Well, it's going to give Chris, won't be able to control. He can swerve around the blue, pretty sure. If not, he's got the cushion, but either way, he won't be able to control where the white or object ball goes now. This is interesting here, Dave. If he goes for this pot, if he goes for the pot, excellent if he makes it, but if he doesn't, it may stick around that bottom area. Wow.
And it's held for the blue with that cannon into the pink.
Yeah, Chris walking over. Concedes the frame, and they will carry on. Vito Puopolo now, Dave, 3 frames in front. You know, like I said, I think Chris has to open up and let his arm go. All right, folks, stay tuned. We're going to leave it right here.
Yeah, I think these players should be abreast of that there is a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. So when that elapses, we'll be back to see if Chris Wood can climb the mountain and be successful. He's surely up against it, trailing 3 frames to 0 in our featured round of 16 match at the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships. Well, it looks like Vito and Chris not taking their break. Wanted to plow on. Stuff in these busy rooms sometimes are a little short on staff behind the scenes, so enforcing some things. But players should have been aware at the onset of the tournament that there is a break. Player cannot win out. So if it does go 3-0 in Title 5, and I'm surprised Chris didn't break it. Take it, I should say. Seemed like he wanted to just get right back into business after that third frame concluded. I think he's having second thoughts here. Is a nice 38 break to start this frame by Vito has put him once again in the driver's seat over the 1992 champion. Pretty sure Vito was a young boy when Chris won that title in '92. Vito might just have been starting his snooker career around that time. We've definitely seen with the great class of '92 on the pro circuit, the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, and Mark Williams entering the pro circuit in 1992 and still winning to this day. There's three players over 50 and still putting trophies into the trophy case. It's one of those sports that you can play for the span of your life. And the seniors, we had Ernie Marsh, who I think might be getting close to 90. Unfortunately, I was at the Colorado Snooker Open, just couldn't see Arnie as he participated in the senior side of the Canadian National Championships. Nice red there by Vito. Just wanted to run a bit more. This pink's got a path he can run through. He's got an opener on the right. Once again, Vito in. He's meaning business here. Didn't have the angle to run through for that red I was mentioning, but he's on. Can he get by those two reds that he's close to? That red just right. And he just mentioned a touching ball to his opponent. So in that instance, the player that is touching ball can shoot away acting as the first contact. In this case, it's a red. And when they're on a color ball, if they're touching ball, they can shoot away, nominate that color ball they're touching, and shoot away. And as long as it doesn't move, it's a legal shot. And even they can nominate a different ball when touching a colored ball. And it's a full legal shot, so a lot of details and rules in the game of snooker. It's over 100 and almost 50 years since its invention. It was invented in 1875, so snooker's about 152 years old. And still sometimes there's little details that do come up. It's not looking like a fun table for Chris, really, to mount a comeback. He's trailing by 44 points. Black is down at the business end of the table, but on that cushion. It'd be hard to get on. There's going to be a bit of trouble here. Looks like there's probably just going to be a long red that a player's going to take on. Tough to get position on that black. So if they are successful on long pot, hopefully they can take also a pink or blue and bring that back down to the business end of the table, and then be on another red, and at that point potentially get better position on the black. That's down the line. Right now, Vito's got to deal with this snooker. It's a good hit. Love that to pull up. Had the angle on the blue. Must be a lot happier. Don't know if he's got far enough. It's like the potting angle is there on this red for Vito. He'd be happy just to snick off reds. This is a round of 16 match at the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships, live at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario. just a little east of Toronto. We're at 925 Warden Ave. So a lot of great seats to check the action here. Admission's free. Lots of cold drinks being served, some delicious meals that I'm seeing pass by. A great mezzanine that you can take good advantage of the tables. Kudos to all the staff around here. They're doing a great job making all of us feel at home, players and all the hardworking people behind the scenes. John White and Jim White just got a good operation here. Chris might be in a bit of trouble here. Oh, and I think he angled them too. I thought maybe he might be getting by the yellow, but I think he's angled. This is an ugly piece of business. When I mean angled is tough to obviously see as that's the top of the screen, but his cue ball is tucked to the jaw. So it can't come out straight. It's got to come off a cushion to hit a red. Arbor, and check out cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. If you want to find out who's still in the tournament, from my vantage point, I can see Chekyun Kwan is taking on Elias Habadi. They're battling out. Jason Williams and Levi Mueller are in a match. So they're still around. Charlie Brown and Frank Amoretti are doing battle. So is Blake Martell from Manitoba, Dan Bizonets, Andre Roy and Phil Snake battling. Alan Whitfield still there, but Cloud Snooker is the resource. That's cloudsnooker.com. And the great feature of that site is it does have a live scoring tab. So if your favorite player isn't at the table, all these championship tables are equipped with tablets, and the players are keeping score to keep you updated at home that can't come and see us here at the Corner Bank. Good effort there by Chris. Just devastated. Retreats back to his chair. Yeah, you kind of got to channel that white noise. Lots of action here on a Saturday afternoon. There's just maybe a scheduling hiccup that happened as there's a big pool tournament on the pool side of the room. Basically, these players have got to be like horses in the paddock. Just have your blinders on. The canvas is the 6x12 table. Your cue is your brush. So you paint us a masterpiece. Whether if it's a wonderful break or a well-placed snooker. A lot of these players in the tournament right now can achieve such feats. Well, this frame's kind of bogged down a little bit. The cluster there on the left side of the table. Great effort there by Chris. Just shot to nothing, playing with the element of safe, as you can see where his cue balls arrives, but Red just rattled in the horns and didn't drop. Yeah, Chris has got another long red, element of safe. And yeah, here comes that scenario. As Chris has just mentioned, that looks like it's touching ball on the yellow, so Chris can nominate the yellow as his color ball and shoot away, or he can nominate a different color ball, and as long as he hit that color ball first, all will be good. Vito just wants to get the head referee, Kevin Patrick, to take a look at this. And Kevin Patrick, thumbs up. Well struck. Vito's in trouble.
He certainly is. But he is holding on to that 49 to 4, 45 point advantage here, Dave. Well, if he can miss the colors in the bulk end, he has a good shot at getting contact. However, he's going to call Kevin Patrick over again. Just going to mark the spot.
And he might bring him over for a judgment call. This is a really tough snooker to get out of.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, Vito is in trouble here. Not too much, but the white, snookers are not required, of course, so the white can go back. Oh. Well, Kevin might have a heck of a time putting that back. Hopefully he was watching that. So this could take a minute if he puts him back. He has a pot, but it's not. Dave, I think he's got to put him back here.
Yeah, looks like so. Well, it's going to need some hands here.
Well, he might be up to your way there, Dave. Best thing I can tell you is if they bring up the live stream and give it a little bit of a rewind.
Did roll it back into the stream in the booth here. Presley Backus, as you can see now, at the table. has taken a picture of it and will show head referee Kevin Patrick where the spot of the black and the reds are.
Yeah, it's a
Kevin
very crucial moment here. So they're going to want to get it as close as possible.
Kevin wanted me to shout instructions to him from the commentary booth, but I'm like, it's a busy room and there's a lot of tables in action here.
Absolutely.
I don't think my screaming voice would be welcomed. It'd be like, a little left, a little right. Okay. Probably won't distract the pool tables because I'm far away from them, but I'm very close to the Chet Yun Kwan match. And as well, Charlie Brown and Frank Amoretti. So I don't want to put them off. Thanks to Ada Presley,
Yeah.
referee Patrick.
I think it's fairly close.
Both players agree. So attempt number 2 here for Vito. Done a good job there.
Wow. I think that's as good as he could ask for there, Dave. Oh, he's missed everything.
Wow.
Oh boy. He actually went to pot that. I'm not sure why he played the pot there. Black being tied to that cushion, trailing by 38. Well, now 42. Vito quite content with just picking off the red. Can put another ball safe now. No real advantage out of color. If you can get to that brown, you know, return the favor here. Put Chris up against it. But electing the green. So 43 in front. Vito looking strong in this fourth frame. Chris gonna have to dig real deep here.
Yeah, the mountain is getting higher and higher for Chris to climb.
Well, open one red. No, Vito may take this red on bottom left corner. Should be able to avoid the right corner.
Yeah, good effort. Avoid that top right corner, as you mentioned, Rob. Come 2, 3 cushions back into bulk. cross double here. With safety being the first point. The red goes in. It's an added bonus.
If not, white traveling right back up to the bulkhead. And the red's not in, but it's safe. Wow.
Chris could have a similar shot here on the bottom red of the 4 on the left side of the table.
I mean, he does. Of course, after that last red Chris didn't make contact with, he's really got to get this right, Dave. Well, again, it's a thin one to the left corner. Gets it right, red will drop. Either way, cue ball should return to the bulk area. Vito's not even going to be concerned about whether it gets on a color or not. Yeah, he wants to go for it, but he doesn't like it, and can't blame him really. Well, that was always going to happen if he went down that side.
Let's get help, I should say, get Vito closer to the winning line. Just opening up those reds. Black is relatively safe, so, and all the other colors are up in the bulk area.
Well, not exactly what Vito was looking for. If Chris can run this red off that cushion past the green, might be able to get the white right up next to it.
He's got enough to cover the reds on the top cushion.
He does. But this one, of course, not as difficult as being behind the yellow as he previously was. But still, gonna mark the spot, of course. Yeah, Chris, no matter what happens here, Chris is still in tough with the colors tied up on the left side. Oh, wait a minute. Let's have a look here. And he's going to take the shot on.
Very courteous there by Chris, obviously. I think if a ball was to hit that coin, it probably would have been a penalty towards Vito. This is a responsibility when he was in that snooker. Places the coin down for a cue ball respot. Chris elected to play on.
wants that white to travel more. Still on it. Struggling a little bit here, though. We're going to need to really work this white, Dave. Overcut the red, but he's got the white out. So 34 the difference now.
Gives Chris a opportunity. Red into the right middle. But black and pink safe on the left side. It's going to be tough to get back in it on visit, especially where the other reds are.
And if I do have a look at our quick results for the knockout, the draw sheet, of course, Chucky Kwan is our first player to move into the final 8. So, Mr. Kwan doing well. Vito looking to becoming the next person to get into the final 8. Just one more match to go today.
I think as well as Manitoba's own Blake Martel has won his round of 16 match. He's in the quarterfinals. I think Chek Young Kwan and Blake Martel are due to battle. I haven't seen the draw just yet. That's a great red there by Vito in the snooker and gets the pots.
Yeah, add the right amount of spin around the brown. Perfect contact with the red.
Just a little pace getting behind that blue. It's all right. Create a distance and happily to leave that pink and black on the left side. Doesn't want it to disturb those at all, Vito.
Well, that's not bad. That's not a bad result.
Vito does have a path for the potting angle for this red, just right of the black spot. It's a tricky pot.
Yeah, but it's got value for Vito. 34 in front. Just this red and a color, and there's the red. Now he's on frame and match ball. Nothing easy to go at. Wouldn't mind if he tucked up behind the yellow or pink here.
Yeah, keep Chris reeling. It wasn't profitable to take on a tricky color ball. It seemed like nothing was really elementary to get him back down for that final red. So took his medicine. Chris in a tough snooker, trailing by 35. 35 on the table.
Oh, now 39, so no missed call because snooker is now required. So Vito may just roll this one over the left corner. Well, he barely caught the paint on that one. And that yellow just curled around the pink a little bit, Dave.
Swerve that okay. Double kiss. Vito could come come off this cushion. Just with a little check side to straighten it out and be behind that black. Laurel Brown is a good area hooker there. This is the key. Don't make it easy for Chris.
Yeah, the colors are not too bad for snookers. And right now it's Chris that's in one.
So that might be his last shot in this championship.
I think that's the best outcome that Vito could have hoped for, Dave. Have this for frame and match. We'll be sighing a little bit of relief. However, he's still got one more to go today. And as I said earlier in the broadcast, competition is only going to get tougher from here.
Chris doing the respectful thing. All you youngsters and new players, you know, obviously your next move is going to shake your opponent's hand, but be respectful and continue on with their break when they're at the table. His pockets are looking like buckets right now for Vito as he has frame and match.
Yeah, Chris
in
already,
the bag.
Yeah, Chris already conceding by unscrewing his cue.
In a quiet atmosphere, that's not the polite thing to do, but obviously it's pretty loud. It's never nice to, you know, let the player run out before you start unscrewing it. But there it is, a whitewash victory for Vito Poapel over Christopher Wood, two previous champions, but the 2022 champion is moving on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great match, Dave. We are going to keep this train rolling, however. We're going to switch over to our secondary camera right now. Levi Myler, Jason Williams, great match. Former Canadian champion versus current Ontario champion, tied 2 frames apiece. Levi leading this 5th frame 30-21, 9 points in front. It's going to be an interesting one here for Jason. Wow, good pot. Wants a little bounce if any. Man, he didn't get much. Oh, and he's missed the block. Oh my goodness, what's he done there? Well, they can't all be gems, folks. However, did fancy him to get that one. All right, folks, sorry about that. Bear with me. We are just double doing. There's a bit of a bonus coverage. Levi leading this frame 49-22, so he's 27 in front. But has he left this red to right corner for Jason? Levi in front. 2 reds remaining. 27 the advantage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, what a great day we're having here at the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship. We are live at the Corner Bank. I am your host, Rob Richards. Saying thank you so much for spending your valuable time with us today. And do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to show your help and support, you can do so easily by purchasing a super chat or a super sticker right here on the OBSA YouTube channel. Every dollar amount counts and goes a long, long way, folks. So thank you in advance. Appreciate each and every one of you. And honestly and truly hope you are enjoying the snooker. We have a little more to go today with the final 4 tomorrow. But right now, Jason looking to get back in this frame somewhat. So 26 the difference. Still 1 red remaining, and I believe he's on a color. Unless they haven't switched over. My view, I was looking at another screen. So, however, whatever Jason decides to do here will be what I think he believes is best. So pink to right middle it is. Big shot to take on. Oh, he didn't even play the pot. Trailing by 20 odd points, potted a red on the pink, didn't even take the pink on. You know, played for the snooker. I mean, it's not that much of a difficult hit for Levi, so a bit odd that one. Yeah, Levi's got out. Look at where this white is going. He's now got Jason Williams bang in trouble now. Jason, a little look to the heavens. Well, could have played the pot on either the pink or the black his previous visit. Decided to attempt the snooker. Got the snooker. But yeah, that course of events has not gone this man's way. Absolutely, Debbie. Did not pan out in his favor. All right, folks. So Levi has placed his cue on the table, stepped away for a moment. So let's have a look around Cloud Snooker for matches currently in progress. Andre Watt leads Phil Snake 2-0. Frank Amarani leads Charlie Brown 1-0. Alan Whitfield leads Steve West 1-0. And it's Edward Ling 3-0 ahead versus Dan Bissonette. So Edward Ling poised to take that frame and match 4-0, but Dan may have something to say about that. And I believe Chuck and Quan, who's in the final 8, waiting for Blake Martell and Scott Zhu. Blake leading that one 3-0. Or it could be over. I'm not sure. It's not showing on our score, but on the knockout page it is. Let me just refresh here. Levi's return, of course. Play resumed. So it is official. Chuck and Quan will take on the Maximum Man, Blake Martell, in their last match of the day. And hello, Matthew Herm, tuning in from Denver, Colorado. Great man, loves his snooker, gets better each and every time we see him. Hope you're well, Matt, practicing hard. Right now, former Canadian champion Jason Williams up against it here, against a very determined opponent, current Ontario snooker champion Levi Myler. Oh, Jason hits this one thin enough, he may just pot it. Yeah, he doesn't like it. 26 down. Doesn't really want to pot the red. And if he doesn't pot the red, it very well could end up right in the jaws of the pocket. No, folks, our feed is not frozen. That's Jason just having an extra moment of thought. Wants to get this absolutely right. Well, not as he planned. Won't be too happy with it. Great chance now. Levi's going to place that white real close to the green, as close as he can. Snooker is absolute here. Doesn't want the red to drop. Not as straightforward as it may seem from this position, folks. Well, here we go. 54-23 in front. Levi Myler holding on to that. Well, now 31 lead, 32 lead. 27 on. Should, on paper, be looking at a 3-2 lead for him. All right, folks, sorry. Having a bit of a network issue, trying to do my best to maintain a strong and fluent stream. Okay, there you go, folks. So Levi Myler wins frame 5, now leads Jason Williams 3 frames to 2. He's only 1 frame away from moving on, taking out one of the favorites for this event.
right, folks. Andre Watt leads Phil Snake 3-0. Frank Amorani leads Charlie Brown 2-0. Allen and Steve West are sitting at 1 frame apiece. And we're laying still 3 frames up on Mr. Dan Bissonette. And we're going to be getting right back to our feature table here. And we're going to get that score going for you here in a moment, folks. This is Alan Whitfield and Steve West. This match was being previously on another table to our right, table 31. However, it's closer to the pool tables, so now this table is available. They were able to conclude the frame and move over here. We will keep you updated on Levi and Jason as it progresses. All right, folks, I need a few moments. All right, I need a few moments, folks. Do enjoy Alan and Steve. I'll be back shortly. All right, folks, my apologies. We are back here just looking at a few technical settings. We are good, up and running, good to go, still going. Had a little glitch for a little bit, but I think we're over the hump. And I am keeping an eye on Levi Mahler and Jason Williams. If that match comes close to where Levi or Jason is set and primed to win the frame match, I'll switch right over to it so you can catch the conclusion. But for right now, we have got Alan Whitfield and Steve West on our featured table of the day. You know, Steve has done quite well in this event to get this far and hold Alan to this match rather being one frame apiece. However, Alan's got full control of this third frame on the score of 57, but he just potted a red, so as soon as that counts, he's got 58 to 13 in front. So 45 points to the good. That should conclude this third frame. Or, pardon me, perhaps not. So 45 up, or 45 down rather, with 35 on. 3 snookers required. Well, Alan's certainly got a handle of this frame. Pretty sure no way back for Steve West here in the third. Alan poised and set to take a 2-1 frame advantage. In fact, frame has been conceded. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get you quickly back over to Levi and Jason, where Levi is in the lead now, 47 to 11. and set to take this frame and match 4 frames to 2. Playing very strong against a very strong competitor, and Jason. Be a good win for him. So 44 is the lead, not much further. 45, this black would make 52. Well, this black actually would make 50. This black would give him a 63 to 11 point lead. So 52 in front with 51 on. Just this black required. But he would absolutely love to get 1 or 2 more reds after this black to put it further out of reach. So there you have it. Frame ball, match ball that black. 63 to 11. Levi in the lead by 52, 51 on. This red is there. He's doing well. Hard pressed to see Jason come back in this match. And I believe that should seal it. Well, difficult to play the open red. May play the double, the red on the left cushion. 57 with 43 on. This red drops. Even if it doesn't, we may see a handshake. Not yet. Jason's going to come back to the tables. There's hope. Possible snooker, free ball. Could just get him back in the frame. It's a tall order for anybody. Wow, Jason potted the red to left center. Needs the block. Oh, this is not good for Mr. Williams. This block is missable. If it doesn't, no way back for him. And it's there, keeps him in it. So 47 the difference now with 35 on. 3 snookers to tie. How's that for a touch? Sorry, 49 points in front. Needs a, well, 49 with 35 on. Needs 4 snookers. Now that I see the score has populated on my side, got back up to date. Little glitch there, folks. I do apologize for my miscalculation. 68-19 difference of 49, 35 on. Four snookers. Jason still playing on. Because anytime a red is still on the table, there's a possibility of a free ball. This is quite the task to ask of anyone. My word. So 43 the difference. Well, I think Levi's got to have a go at this red. In or over that bottom left corner. Tough queuing, but it's going to be close. Oh, he's overcut it. Didn't want to overcut it. This will keep Jason at the table, of course. Wow. 68-32. So 36 the difference. 27 on. Jason holding on. Hope is still there, but it's fleeting. Slowly dissipating. This yellow does go left corner. Perhaps a little bit too close to the pink. Levi not giving up an inch here. And just another score. Edward Ling has defeated Dan Bissonette 4 frames to 0. So slowly but surely, our final 8 on the knockout is starting to populate. Well, Jason's not too happy with the outcome there, but he was hard pressed to get anything going in his later stages of this frame. But Jason's not giving up. He's going to wait till the end of Levi's turn. 36, 38 the difference now. 25 on. Jason's still playing on. Matthew Herm, absolutely welcome for the stream. And there it is, folks. Your winner, Levi Myler, defeats Jason Williams 4 frames to 2. All right, folks, so right now we're going to switch back to our featured table. Alan Whitfield and Steve West. Alan just in the lead, 2 frames to 1 as this match continues here in the 4th. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've returned. I do apologize. I had to take care of a few things here on the technical side. Trying to maintain a smooth and consistent stream for you all. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm your host, Rob Richards. If you're just tuning in, if you've been here all day, we thank you so much for your time for this event where we are live on the Cbsa YouTube channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Purchase a super chat or super sticker now to show your help and support. We do appreciate you. This is the 2026 edition of the Canadian National Snooker Championship, where we are live today from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. This frame rather competitive. Only 1 point separates them. Steve West leading 12-11. Frame 4. Steve would love nothing more than to tie this frame up. Just got past the blue. Nicely managed. Oh, Allen's in it here. He's got to pass back the ball, but he's got to be conscious of that red closest to the left corner. Cut it thin. Got to watch the white. I don't know. Steve may have a pot on here. Not an easy pot. So much so, not even entertaining the idea. Needs a good bounce. And that's pretty good. Steve West, a competitor, giving Allen all that he can. Allen with a decent out. Getting a little critical. Steve does have a path. The red directly in front of the black. Off the right side should get him there. Can play off the 2 here. Keep that black tight. Well, getting a little bit more challenging for Allen. For both players, to be honest. Allen going for the pot, didn't get it. Kicked the black open as he left the pot on. The red below the pink is possible. Not sure if he can get to the potting angle of the red below the brown. But the red below that is definitely on. But doesn't make it. Well, Allen's going to have a good strong look at this red to left corner. If he pots it, black's waiting for him in the opposite corner. Good pot, needs a little bounce, and he's there. He's just about on it. not much happening now. This frame has come to a bit of a stall. Allen does lead by 7, 19-12. Well, Allen's in a bit of a predicament here, that's for sure. Pardon me, folks. My word, Allen's got a big swerve here. Steve looking for another snooker. That white, I think it's just about there. Not a difficult, right off the top cushion, even pace. Oh, and he's putted it, and he's on the block. Would you believe it? If there's ever time for something like that to happen for Allen, now is it. Allen looking for a nudge on the blue and the brown to dislodge the two. Didn't get it, so he's not ideally on the yellow, but yellow's still onto the green pocket. With that yellow, puts Allen in front by one. Still needs the pink here, though. Great effort. Not quite strong enough, but great effort nonetheless. Allen going for the snooker, didn't get it, but Allen in front by four. Steve West with a putt on the brown here will tie this frame at 40 apiece. Wow, he's gonna need a bit of luck. May have just got it off the knuckle of the right center. Allen can secure the putt, sure, but position not guaranteed here. So much so, Allen's not entertaining the idea. Wisely just pushing that brown to the left cushion. Gonna watch the right center with the white. He's okay. Heart beating there for a moment as that white came close to going into that right center, but he's okay. This is going to come down to who can play the best safety. Once again, Allen fails to get that white to a cushion. Steve West will assuredly have a go at this brown. Just off straight to the top right corner of the green pocket. But not this time. How far will it come? Well, stayed up. Allen could be tempted here. They'll give him an 8-point lead. Opting for the snooker, won't get it. Probably thinking to himself, he may as well have taken the pot on. But he's got a good white. This is not easy for Steve West. tempter here for Mr. Whitfield, but likely just going to play off the top of the brown, up and down the spots. Try and get that white behind the black off the right side cushion. Well, you know, this could be interesting. Steve with a slim chance. Almost like a shot to nothing. As long as he doesn't hit it thick, if he hits it thin, Brown will stay in the bulk end. Doesn't need a lot of pace. Concentrate on hitting it left side, and he hit it beautifully. Oh. This frame now all tied, 40 apiece once the score is updated. So it's going to come down to the pink in this frame. Both players at the moment require blue and pink. So 2 colors required. Oh, what's Allen done? Well, that's fortunate. Took a risk, got away with it, shaking his head. Knows he got a little fortunate. Steve West getting a good double kick. This won't be easy for Mr. Whitfield. The potter that he is, I doubt this will be even remotely tempting for him. Well, good hit. Needs to remove that coin quick. Or else that would have been a foul, unfortunately, but it's not. He's okay. Doing well, Steve, holding it together. Wow. Will Allen be tempted on this one? That black close to the pocket, but it is very close to the cushion as well. If he takes this blue on, it could be anywhere on the pink. Only thing he can control is the pace, really. Oh, he's weighted out in his head. Yeah, opting to get the blue back up the table. A little too pacey, just caught the black, so it changed the angle. Tried to play the blue into the cushion, not hitting the black. However, the black's now out. This blue won't provide Steve with good position. Oh, look at the pink. Look at, oh my goodness, would you believe it? Allen still needs 2 colors, however. But with this blue over that left pocket, just needs 1 good putt to get position on the pink. Difficult bridging over that top right corner. That was his chance. It didn't get it. He's got a little fortunate the way he left it. He was in tough with his bridge hand there over the leather of the green pocket. Chance now for Steve to get a snooker here behind the pink and black. Needs his weight to be good. I think he's just okay. If Allen can see anything, it's just going to be the right side paint of this blue. A little left-hand side. Oh, it's going to leave that blue. Well, I think Mr. West has got to go here. He needs blue, pink, and black. Good putt needed from blue to pink, however. Wants that white to run on, and it will. It stays off the cushion. He's even better. Now, my word. This is a pressure ball. Pink to right center without a lot of pace. Wow, he actually played that with a lot of pace. He almost potted it, and if he had, he was absolutely in trouble on the black. So now, Allen only in front by 1, requires the black ball as well for the frame. Oh, I don't know. Steve might be tempted by the double here. May not have position on the black, but it will give him control. It's not there. Missed it by a fair amount. Allen have a clear shot at the pink top left corner. Black waiting for him to the bottom right corner of your screen. This for a 3-1 advantage in this best of 7 round of 16 match. Oh boy. You know, I thought he could have played that with a little bit more pace and some draw just to keep the white on the left side of the table at the very least. Absolutely out of position on this black, Allen leading by 7. So Steve West can only tie this frame. Oh, that's not bad. That will play. Allen will be happy with that. Not so happy that he played a poor shot off the pink. Positionally, of course. Pot was fair enough. However, Steve West needs to dive into his bag of tricks here. 3 times across will get him to the bulk cushion. Well played. Match on the table just to our left. Checking Kwan, getting ready for his match with I believe that might be Blake Martell. So if we don't have anything coming up on this table after that match starts, we can always switch our cameras. This block is gone. Allen takes the fourth frame, now leading Steve West. 3 frames to 1, folks. Don't go anywhere. This match continues. All right, here we go. Frame 5, Allen leads 3-1. Allen to break here to get things going. Allen's got a good break here.
Yeah, Rob, it seems like these players don't want to take their interval break.
No, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But I'm okay with it. Keep the action flowing.
True. A tournament director will love them maybe breaking that one tournament rule. As we can see some long matches sometimes, and as you say, keeping the flow going is always a good thing at these events.
Yeah. I mean, and to be honest, Dave, sometimes players themselves just, they've been there, it's been a long couple days, and they just pretty much want to get on with it.
So, just how's this match been going, Rob? I just kind of come into it late. It's like Alan Whitfield has a 3-1 advantage.
Yes, Steve West is putting up a great fight. The last frame, Allen did win on the block, led it by 7. Yeah, it's been good and tight. Steve's putting up a good fight. Some great snuggers, some great pots, some not so great pots, but some missteps. We've had it all, Dave. No big breaks, however.
Well, is this about to change? No, that pink is not going to pass that red out there, so. Wow. Does he have a path between the pack and this pink to the red? That was greatly weighted shot if it is for Allen.
Oh, I think it is.
It's a great yellow to recover the break. Draw back. He's got a red above those 2 reds left of the black spot.
Yeah, Allen seems to be coming into focus. We saw some Allen Whitfield from the early days emerging from himself earlier in the event, getting a little annoyed and upset with himself. Today, doing much better, staying strong, and fancying the job at hand, Dave.
True, he definitely was up against it against Michel Lienza, as that won the distance in their 32 round match, or 16 I should say, my apologies. Allen was actually trailing Michel 2-1 and had to win 2 in a row to get him into the stage.
That's right. But yeah, we have almost got our final 8 decided. One final match is set to start. I'm not sure if it started already, but that's Chucky Kwan and Blake Martell.
Yeah, that's when they get going, and also Ito is taking on Andre Roy, or Oa, as they would say in Quebecois. That match is getting ready to start. We got a few tables open, so they're like, it's no harm starting a few of the quarterfinals while the round of 16s are still going on.
Yeah, it just it speeds things up for the players, and it opens up the tables for the venue at the end of the day a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and no real distinct advantage. Obviously, as the quarters is the last round of matches in the day.
Correct. So we will see Allen or Steve West in one more match today. If they'll have another match today, Dave, but it's undetermined of where that match may end up.
It will be a tough one because the winner of this will take on Edward Ling.
Yeah, so that being said, there's a high probability if the other matches get going that they'll end up more than likely staying right here on our feature table. And I, for one, am okay with that. Allen and Edward, or Steve West and Edward, can't write a better match.
Yeah, because the winner of Charlie Brown and Frank Amaretti will take on Levi Myler.
Yeah, well, Frank's, if not able to see the match, Dave, but from what I can tell by the scoreline, Frank's up 2-1. And he does well in these events, does Frank. So if he can keep himself composed and not get too nervy, which can happen to pretty much anybody, then he should be okay in that match. Allen's got them open now. He's got to watch his cue ball off the block. Oh, that was close. Allen leading.
Raises his hand.
Yeah, Allen leading 24-0. Sorry, Dave. Well, how would you like to be in this spot, Dave? Trailing 3-1 and backed up against the knuckle of that pocket.
Well, I would hope I didn't do that. It almost would have been maybe a bit better if he went in off. But now second look, it doesn't look like anyone really has any easy starter. It does have this red near the left cushion, but that's a thin cut.
But if he can pot it and get position, you would have to think a good score is in the works. Certainly in his mind, because he hasn't really done it. I'm just going to have a look here on our cloud here. Yeah, Allen's high break of the event this year, Dave, is only 52. He's had,
That is quite
yeah,
surprising.
yeah, he's had breaks of 52, 40, 35, and 32 and 32. So, but his safety game is right up there with the best of them. It's held him in this tournament.
I think back in 2013 at the World Championships, the one that Ronnie O'Sullivan won over Barry Hawkins. Leading up to that final, Barry Hawkins did not have a break over 40.
Yeah,
Just so you need the tactical side as much as you need break building.
yeah. If you're not break building, you got to rely on something, and hopefully your tactical play, your safety play, will get you through. And Allen's doing just fine so far. Current break of 24 puts him 48-0 in front. Steve West up against it now, must prepare to come back to the table. Even if he doesn't, he's still got to be prepared. It's just a matter now if he can still actually win the frame. However, on queuing good. He's a little close to the red, but he's 56 in front, 67 on. Still requires a red and a color, Dave.
Not looking good for Steve West here. Good angle. These two reds above the black will go into the opposite corner pocket.
Yeah, as well as right middle. Allen just putting the black. 64 now in front. 59, oh, 72, pardon me. Well, this will give Allen his high break of the event.
Timely time to do it.
As soon as we start talking about it, Allen pulls it out. So more than likely, I don't see a way back for Steve West, but I do congratulate him for his effort and a well-played event. You know, Allen just came to life when it mattered. And does he get the nudge? Almost got it. Well, a little bit of theater play.
There it is.
There, yeah. Congratulations, Allen Whitfield, Steve West. Great match, but it's Allen that's going to come away with the win. 4 frames to 1. And we'll move on to our quarterfinals to face, I believe you said, Edward Ling. What a great match that is poised to be.
Yep, so this is your cue, everybody. Grab that cool drink, maybe a quick little snack while we set up our featured table, because it's going to be exciting stuff to conclude day 5 of this Canadian Snooker National Championship.
Yeah, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for our featured table to resume, I'm sure they'll give Allen a few moments and Edward a few moments to get resettled. We're going to be checking in with Chucky and Quan at the table. First frame, Blake Martell.
Yeah, this will be a fun match. Two great young competitors. Kind of probably part of the new wave in snooker here. They've been around for a few years.
Yes.
But both strong potters, great tactical players. I think this is one of those matches that we talked to. If a player misses, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's the maximum man versus Chucky and Kwan,
Yeah,
who did quite well at the Master Q Open a couple months ago. I believe he had a century break, a high century break, in like 120, 115, 121, something about there.
This is looking pretty good for Cheuk Hyun Kwan. He's got 3 reds and 3 blacks.
Oh no, don't say it, Dave.
I'm just observing what he has potted so far. Be a little straight on this red.
Yeah, he might
That
be.
red left of the bunch will go into the same corner pocket.
Yeah, good thing about that, if he didn't get high enough, he still had the red left of the pink to right center to maintain position on the black.
There's no other sport like snooker. You know, when you're on the golf course and you're in a big tournament, you only get updates of how players are doing. You're kind of playing yourself, but snooker's the only sport where you're just sitting front row and watching your opponent slowly beat you by building up a good break.
Oh boy. I mean, good effort, but could you imagine the possibility of Chuck and Kwan making a maximum not only against the man who just made a maximum in a friendly match the other day, but in the Canadian Championship tournament event itself? I mean, his concern there, Dave, was obviously winning the frame at that visit. Didn't get it done. He's given Blake a chance to get back in as he only trails Chuck in by 33.
Yeah, this is where Blake needs to capitalize. A little hampered with this pink, but still, he should be okay.
Yeah, I met Blake on the table a couple years ago at Master Q when this event was there. And unfortunately for me, he was in my group. So he dispatched me. I mean, it was a good couple of frames. He won them all, but I gave him a go. But he is quite strong. And he's only gotten better now. Yeah, I tell you, when this man reaches his stride in a match or in a frame, he is going to be a tough challenger for anybody. I mean, the competition right now, the standard is so good. It's hard to pick a winner, Dave.
Yep. I think both evenly matched. Like, just curious if he's going to take blue and run into that pink to open things up.
Good pot. Well, it's not perfect, but a little difficult where the white is, however.
Tough red being against the cushion there with his cue ball. He's giving Chuck Dun Kwan a long red into the top left corner. And he's in again. A 20-point advantage in this first frame. Best of 7 quarterfinal match. We are live on the OBSA YouTube channel. Our chat room is open. If you have any comments or questions, let us know where you're tuning in from. Everything looks all right and sounds all right. It is a nice day here in Scarborough. We're at the corner bank, 925 Warden Street, just east of Toronto. Getting to the climax of this tournament, but there's a lot of great seats here. Just so everyone is aware, on the stream tomorrow, we will start at 10:30 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We'll start with the 2 semifinal matches. And once those come to a finish, the final will be after that. Maybe thinking about 3 p.m. That's a rough estimate, but as we know, snooker frames can vary in time length.
Yeah, regardless of what time they finish, the start time for the final is approximate. But if the semifinal matches run on, they want to give a decent break to whoever needs it before the final. So it could be 3, it could be 3:30. However, if the semifinals match, if they finish early, it might be a little bit earlier. Schedule is always able to change. But 3 p.m. for the final tomorrow. 10:30 for the semifinals, followed by the final, of course, around 3, Dave. Is what we're aiming for.
Yeah, because they won't be really taken off the table if they're going a bit long. That only usually happens sometimes in round robin affairs. If a match is taking a real long time. Well, I haven't really seen it a lot on the amateur scene, but we do see in the professional ranks.
Yes.
If a match is growing in length, sometimes they have to be taken off for, say, the 7 o'clock match to commence. And then when that match or session finishes, then they bring on that match that was suspended. Difficult red here for Chuck-in. Well struck. Just not a great little flick on the green. Doesn't have the frame, so a little roll up here on the yellow. So Blake back at the table, just trailing by 39 points and 59 on. Black is open and a snooker here.
Yeah, Chuckin's got a hold of this frame from the start, really. Wow. Very nicely done. And Chucky Kwan, very good sportsmanship. Tapping the table. Very nice player. You know, Dave, this match is probably going to be as good and could be a final worthy match.
Agreed.
And from what we've seen thus far, and it's only the first frame, they're pretty much playing as if it was the final. Because it will be the final match for one of them.
Yeah, Chekyon's kind of flown under the radar a little bit at this championship. We haven't seen a lot of them.
That's right.
He's kind of a silent assassin. Same could have been said about Blair, but when you knock in a maximum break in a room, there's going to be a lot of talk about you. So.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of eyes on you. For pretty much, I mean, depends on the kind of person he is. He might actually enjoy having everybody gather around and have all eyes on him. Some people don't like it. Some people thrive on it. And some people don't care either way. But he knows he's certainly going to be talked about.
They're loving it back in Manitoba, that's for sure. Their very own got a maximum, the only one at the corner bank.
Yeah, I mean he can actually say he made a maximum at the corner bank, but also at the Canadian Championships. Not in the Canadian Championships, but at the Canadian Championships. So,
Yes.
I mean, you know what? We are still waiting for our first century break. We had that question poised, you know, a couple days ago. You know, Vito's come close with a 91. Blake had the maximum, but it was outside the tournament. Still a great achievement, but you know, with the players that are left, Dave, there's still that opportunity is still there.
Yeah, and a little longer format the matches are. Obviously, the rest of the matches in the tournament are best of 7, except for the final, which is a best of 9. So, in the early stages of matches, if a player has maybe a slightly risky red or color to keep the break going, they might be more inclined to do it rather than when they were in the group stage when we had quick sprints of best of 3s. frame pretty much going the way of check-in. Don't think Blake will be coming back to the table. Potential 74 break on.
Yeah. And they're all there for him. You know, I've known Chucky for a couple years now, Dave, and my word, is he coming a long way. I mean, when I first met him, he was a good, decent player. Now he's just a great player. You know, of course, we all have our off days, but this man seems to have a lot more days where he's on.
Yeah, and he's plumb on this yellow. Oh, and it just rattles
shame.
out. Concession there. Chechen Kwan takes that first frame 80-13 and has a slim 1-frame-to-0 advantage early on in this best of 7 quarterfinal. Blake Martel will dig in, battle hard. Hopefully he can get his first frame on the board when we come back for frame 2. This is a good response by Blake in the second frame. You know, you're never really in a match until you get that first frame on the board. It's nice to get it sooner than later. Arburn just saying, didn't Levi make a 147 during play? It shows on Cloud Snooker page. You might be looking at the players page because they have all the players listed there. And there it says their high competition and practice break. But if you look at the tab that marked breaks, you'll see all the high breaks of the tournament. And so far, still Vito Poapolo has the high run of 91. But that's what we're here for in the booth. If you've got questions, you got comments, we're here to help you out. So Blake breaks down on 21. Took his money and ran. Sure. Yeah, Blake does have an open red to the left middle. A little bit difficult. It'd be more advantageous to take it on if that red was not up in the bulk area. Yeah. Blake's done well to put Chuck in tight to the top cushion. Bazooka Mania 23. Saying they're both playing great. I agree. This is some fun snooker to watch. I think the majority of players on the circuit here are a little bit older in age. These two young fellas could represent the new wave in Canadian snooker. Really happy to see Jesse Fox and Sarouche come all the way from Ottawa. I think those are going to be promising names in the future with this great sport in this country. Chuck Gunn just throws up his hands. Looks like he might have got a kick or something. And Blake's back in. Yeah, brown and yellow. Just been a little nuisance for him. Yeah, he's got the green into its own pocket and could float up to be on that red on the bulk cushion. Lose a thin cut. It's advantageous because it brings him back down to the top end of the table. Opting for a mid-range pink. It's great risk, but great reward if he's successful. back in there. Hit the jaws and then dropped. Definitely important that it dropped, but you can really gauge the temperature of a player. They're putting them just right into the middle of the pocket. You know they're cueing well. So this year there will be a new Canadian champion, as last year's champion, Sahil Nair, is battling it over on the pro circuit. And a little friend tapped me, said Sahil is tuning in. Sahil, glad that you're tuning in. A lot of friends back here in Corner Bank, obviously wishing you all the best. They wish they could see you play in this tournament in person, but they're happy that you've broken the barrier and got into the pro ranks. And great Jim White's just showing me of that little side bet you guys have. And hopefully you're victorious over your former employee. Or employer, I should say. Also, I remember when Jim actually did a podcast last year when he was in Sheffield with Shabanan of the BBC. Jim was extremely happy for Sahil, but a little disappointed as Sahil is one of the best wait staff here at the Corner Bank. But we're all behind you, Sahil, on your pro quest. Hope you make Canada proud. You're doing a great job just being over there and giving it your best. And definitely a fun match to tune into. Some good young players here. Blake got a 46-point advantage in this frame. He's not out of it yet. Trailing in the match 1-0. Final round of 16 match. Frank Amoretti leads Charlie Brown 3 frames to 1. And the quarterfinals, Andre Roy has taken the first frame over Vito Puopol. And we're just waiting to start between Alan Whitfield and Edward Ling. And we are live here with Blake Martel and Chekhyun Kwon in the second frame, with Chekhyun Kwon leading 1 frame to 0. That's a tough miss there for Blake. Be colossal if he's to lose this one. It'll be a big steal. It's certainly there for Chekhyun. This might be a little nerve-wracking for Blair. Chekhyun needs to come down nicely. We're on the yellow. There's a trace of angle.
Yeah, Chekhyun's got a lot to work to do to get back in this frame. But they're all there for him.
And seeing a lot of support for Chucky in the chat. Come on, Manitoba. Shine through. Last time a Manitoban won the Canadian National Championship was in 1973, Bill Werbeniuk. So Manitoba is well overdue to bring the title back.
The only red that might cause Chekhyun a moment of thought is the one on the right side cushion. But it's on his side of the table. He's going to make a game out of it. Still trailing, 46-12, 34 behind. So we're going to stay here for the time being, Dave, but our other match on our feature table is underway. Just now, Alan and Edward. So we're going to stay here to the conclusion of this frame, folks, and then we'll get you right back to our feature table.
Chekhyun wasn't able to steal the frame. This is a big red here for Blake. Should be nicely on the black.
So a little programming note, Dave, by popular demand, we're actually going to stick with this match for the time being, and at the conclusion of this one, if we can, we will switch over to the conclusion of Edward and Alan.
He's up by 42 and 43 are on the table, so says Blake came a little close to this red. Certainly on for him, but wow, is it close. And he's got to use the rest, so real tricky stuff. Just you kind of notice that it looks like Blake has dropped the traditional gum. Usually
That's
has
right.
a nice chew around the table. All these players have their individual traits. Hemi 426RR chiming in. Saw on a Facebook post that there was a 147 at the Canadians. Was that on the stream? Unfortunately, it was not on the stream, and it was outside of tournament play. This gentleman at the table, Blake Martell, had it, I believe, Thursday night. If memory serves me correct. There's been a lot of snooker in this past week and a half for myself, so my days might be mixed up a little bit. But all the matches had finished, and Blake was in here. I think another player in the tournament. They were just having a few friendlies, and that's when the maxi happened.
Yes. And Julie Alessandratos, thank you very much. Yes, one day soon we'll have to get you on the mic with us, with me. She's a good friend of snooker, partner to Demos Zachariou, and been edging to get on the microphone. Well, Julie, hopefully what I can say is possibly next season with the OBSA we can quite possibly work you into a frame or two. Ooh, Chucky.
With the triple, apologizes. Wasn't intended.
Oh, but he'll definitely take it where he sits now. Plum on the black to get right back in this frame to the yellow.
Oh, needed that. He would have only been 27 behind with 27 on, so he concedes. Blake Martell takes that second frame. We're all tied at one. Both players got a frame. It's game on. Frame 3 coming up.
Well, as anticipated, this match seemingly quite equal.
And frame 3 underway with the break off from Blake Martell. spot on for Blake. Difficult, obviously, cueing over the red. Just taking a look to see if it's touching ball.
Yeah,
Just
Chugging
asking
just
if
coming
ball.
over.
And if there was a dispute, if one player thought it was and one player thought it wasn't, Kevin Patrick, the head referee, is around in the room. He can make the unbiased call.
And Blake not entertaining the putt.
Yeah, it's got him a good cue ball, tight to the ball cushion. Blake can only see the top of that white ball. Takes that red of the black for his safe. Just got to be a bit concerned. So he's going to come off 2 cushions, but that red is going to squirt near the black. Selecting for the containing shot, but there's a pathway for that lower of the 2 reds near the blue to go into the side.
And we see Frank Amarani doing quite well versus Charlie Brown. He's up 3 frames to 1 and 16-0 in the 5th.
Yeah, the winner of that will play Levi Myler in our final quarterfinal match of the day. Levi just in the room, just trying to stay loose.
Well, Chugging's got a long red, lower right corner. Block available. If he gets this right, Dave, it could be good. Oh boy. Oh, wait a minute. No, he's okay. Blake, I mean, red did not go in the left middle, so Blake will have a good starter here. As I said, block is available to both pockets.
Oh, just didn't want that cannon. Black's still on, but it's a bit tricky. Might be able to take red above it after this black. He does have the angle for the blue into the right middle. Neither shot that favorable for him. So you have a little bit of risk. Now, if he's to falter, he's going to leave his opponent in.
Well, not exactly as planned, but secured the pot.
Yeah. Gonna nick off this red near the left cushion. They just come behind the black. trying to double the hold for the black. Well done, because he didn't leave anything on. There's a thin but very dangerous cut to left middle for that red. Wow, what a pot by Cbsa.
My goodness.
He has come to play.
Absolutely, Dave. It's pots like that that are going to win you not just frames, they're going to win you matches. Because his safety game is also right up there with the best of them. Now, is he on that red? If he's not on that red, no, I think he's gone too far for red to left center as well. So good start with the red. However,
Yeah, just a little pacey off his last color. Wanted to pull up to be that red, as you can see, on the bottom of the bunch. Just beautifully goes into the top right corner and just waiting for Andre Waugh to take his shot against Vito Popple. Great facilities here at the corner bank, but with these 6x12 tables, sometimes there's a little break in the action as there's not much wiggle room. But all the players here respectful. They'll let the player on an opposing table take a shot before they get in and do the business.
I think he's taking this on to the corner. Nope, it's not there. Big shot to take on. See if Blake, I mean, from the camera view, of course, the one to left center looks pretty straight. Not a lot of pocket to work with, however. Red to the yellow pocket is on as well, but he's going to be somewhat going into the bunch. Oh, red left center it is. Wow, great
Nicely
pot.
struck.
Good cueing there, Dave.
Yeah, firm. Just didn't want to gently tap it in, because if he was to falter, it'd probably sit right in the pocket, gifting an easy chance. But when you hit it a bit more firmer, you got to be that much more accurate. But he comes back and can't make the blue.
Oh boy.
Blair. I'm Lake, I mean. Sorry. Blair Martell, a completely different person. Wonder if they're related. Sometimes Blake trips me up, as a good friend from film school was Blair Martell. Don't know if they're related, but this Blake does come from the Winnipeg area. Blair Martell from Kenora, so there's potential that there might be some relation there. Northwestern Ontario is pretty close to southern Manitoba. Another good long red by Cbsa to get him in.
Checkin's got a decision here. He's pretty much, he's got an angle on the blue, but he needs to disturb a red here. Unless he gets on the red to the left of the bunch. Well, that's anything but ideal, all the way up by the yellow.
again might be in a bit of trouble here. Just gotta be carefully judge, get the right spot on the red ball, come off a couple of cushions, get behind one of those ball colors. Ooh. A little thick there. Now the one reprieve is that's a straight on red down the top cushion. Tough to get great shape on the black. As well, that red that's just above the cue ball might block the pathway for that black to go into the top left corner. So at first I thought that was a big mistake there by Blake. Might not be too bad. Still a tricky cut. Being thin, check in, losing control of the cue ball, but he's on the yellow with angle.
Chance is there. Slim chance, but should be okay to cue this. Needs a white to go.
True. James D. Stale, wondering what the percentage of these players that have a snooker table in their house.
Well,
I think that's got to be single fingers. These
exactly
are big
right.
tables. I don't know. The cost of real estate these days. If you were going back maybe 30, 40 years, I'd say the percentage could be higher, but so I do know Jesse Fox. There's 1%. He has a table in his house back in Ottawa.
True. And it shows.
Cliff Thorburns in the room. I think he might have one in the basement where he lives. You know, we said on the broadcast, practice is good. I'm not knocking practice. You know, you really do have to practice, get the repetition going, but nothing really can compare you for a Canadian national tournament without getting good match play. So it's always good to come to your local snooker room, wherever it would be in this country, and start challenging players of all shapes and sizes to matches.
Yeah, that blue just finds its way in the middle. Chucky Kwan in it again here, Dave. Current break of 17 puts him in front by 21, 30-9. With a great chance to improve that greatly here. Chucky just urging that white ball on. Felt he hit it hard enough, but just a little bit short. This is going to be a good play here. Around the angles. Has he got enough pace to get back past the bunch? He is on the lower red to left corner now. And that will open the pathway for the black to both corners.
Just gonna take water.
The right angle on this blue. Come down maybe for the bottom red, the cluster of 4 in the middle of the table.
Yeah, Chuck-in usually has really decent cue ball control when he gets going, Dave. He's might have a little bit different style, but he's very fluent in what he does. And he does it quite well.
Dale, James.
perfect.
Yes, just mentioning James D. Stale in the chat, just letting us know of some clubs in Ottawa region. The organized Monkey has 7 tables, and the Ottawa Snooker Club has 4. Hey, that's not too bad. You know, wasn't as plentiful as it used to be, but I think snooker is definitely rebounding. We are now seeing more rooms opening rather than closing. Hearing that our good friend Stephen Wong, owner and operator of Embassy Billiards down in St. Gabriel, he's expanding his brand to open up an Embassy Club here in Scarborough. Not sure the exact date of that opening, but that's good news.
Great news for Canadian snooker.
Maybe a little high on this black that he'd like, because he needs one more red after this. This black will just put him up by 49 with 51 on. Blake has an opportunity. There is a red out there. It's a long red. We'll put him on the black. He does need that. Trailing by 49 points. Could afford a pink or a blue on one of these reds, or potentially 2 pinks, but then another black with the final red. He's able to put this black in. I don't think Blake will be coming back to the table. The angle here could just nicely push him up for that red below the pink. And this is looking very promising for Chukyan to take back his 1 frame advantage.
Chukyan's
2-1 lead.
Chukyan's done quite well with this break, Dave. Or
James Steele set me up. It's actually Orange Monkey in Ottawa. A little typo on his comment there. Well, organized Monkey might be what you would call a snooker room. There's always a lot of cast of characters in them.
another great player and friend of mine, former Canadian and Ontario champion, Kurt Kluge, plays as the Orange Monkey. Of course, now with the Ottawa Snooker Club, I do believe he does visit both places. Not sure how often, but he is back in the game. Not at this year's Canadian Championships, of course, but still playing. He's picked up his cue again, and that's great to see.
I think actually after the COVID pandemic, professional snooker was one of the first sports to come back.
That's right.
Unfortunately, obviously, they played all their events at one venue in Milton Keys. But still, great competitive snooker was there, and some of us were trapped indoors,
Yeah.
and it was great viewing.
I pretty much spent 18 to 20 months with the WST app in Matchroom. So it wasn't too bad. Well, it looks like Chuck-in will take a 2-1 frame advantage. Blake just looking for a 5-minute break. So, Dave, during this break, we're going to switch over. For our viewers, tune in. Alan Whitfield, Edward Ling. Alan leading 1-0. But it's Edward Ling 62 to 28 in front here in the second. Folks, don't worry. We will get right back to Blake Martel and Chucky and Quan as soon as they resume play. Well, Edward Ling looking for a lot of the white there. Didn't quite get to position, but he is on the correct side of the table at least.
Just taking a look to see if that red below the pink will pass. I don't know about that one that's just sticking out of the three. Might just get past that red. Just can't convert the frame on that break. A nice break of 30. Gives him a 40-point advantage, but yet 51 on the tables. Allen does have the chance to steal this frame and increase his lead to 2 frames to 0. Tough shot here for Edward. Cue ball and object ball very close. Shot. Needs a color. To get us to snookers required. After the color, I'd like to get another red in color. Just refuse Allen coming back to the table.
This is a good performance this week from Edward Ling. So Allen's certainly going to, we've seen some good moments from Allen, Dave, but he's certainly going to have to look for that second gear in this match. He's up 1-0, but it is a best of 7. Edward in front, 74-28. 43 remaining. All right, Dave, so our feature match or on our other table has resumed. So let's quickly get back there. So Chucky Kwan, 2-1 over Blake Martel. This is frame 4. Just started, folks. I'll let you know in a few moments' time. keep you apprised of Edward and Alan.
And a little applause going on. It looks like Frank Emoretti has dispatched Charlie Brown's hopes of becoming the Canadian national champion. So we might have heard a little applause. Great crowds in here. Great respectful crowds, that's for sure. This is a big frame. Again, really could extend his lead 3-1. Hope Blair could come back and continue to make it a match. Tied 2-2. We'll see how this one turns out. The classic Bill Werbeniuk shots. Chuck Young was in one position to hit that red in, then got up, didn't really move much around, and he's on his color. Chuck Young just waiting for Andre Waugh to take his shot. He's going to go the long way to find that black to respot it. And in this tournament, players at the table are respotting their colored balls as the opponent is at the table monitoring the tablet, so all the scores keep up to date in running time. Always starting with the end off there with his cue ball. Good shape on this black. Fortunate part, it's tight to the cushion. The natural angle will put him on to this red bottom and left of the pack.
Yeah, Chuckin's already got a 32 break going, leading by the same. If he gets this right, the Reds will open a little bit. Well, didn't get it right. They didn't open all that much either.
But nice 32 to get in.
Absolutely.
It's that green blocking the path. Looks like Blake is sizing it up. I think he likes it.
Well, he might be looking at it, Dave, that if it goes, but it doesn't, so just get the white. But if he doesn't want to fall too much further behind, so you might see Blake take on even a half chance.
do all right for Chakan. Oh, they want that red to cannon into it. That's a long red into the green pocket. Yeah. Only got up when he knew it was in, and he's plumb on the black. Just kind of look to see those 4 reds, just bottom and left of the pink ball. Does that bottom one just cut into the top right? Does not. There's a very dangerous cutback double. Checking Kwan. Those 2 reds near the right cushion, the one that's off the cushion. It's thin, so control the cue balls would be quite wild. Oh, it's a nice long yellow by Blake to kick up a bit more off the cushion. Do apologize a little bit for the stutter in the broadcast. Time to do the best. It's a bit strange in this industrial complex area of town where the corner bank is, and just that has some issues to do with things. Not a large tech whiz, but really apologize if it is if it's interrupting the pleasure that you're getting to watching this great match.
Yeah, I think we got it somewhat sorted now, Dave. There's a little lapse there. Might be a few hiccups until things resettle with the new settings. So my apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but I am doing our best to keep things running as smoothly and as clear as possible.
It's like a flight to Denver, Colorado. There's always a little bit of turbulence that you'll encounter.
Wow, this is shaping up for a great championship Sunday, Dave. My word.
Yeah, Levi Myler just doing some practice. He'll be battling Frank Amaretti in that quarterfinal match. Vito Puopolo, 2022 champion, taking on Andre Waugh. Classic match there. Last year's runner-up Alan Whitfield taking on Edward Ling. And our featured match here, Blake Martell going against Chekyun Kwan. It's a flip of a coin toss-up to see who's going to take this. Only Andre and Blake, the two out of Ontario province contestants,
Yes.
left.
Just thinking the same thing, Dave. But it's going to be a fight to the finish. I am excited for the rest of this day, but more excited now that we're getting close to that final four tomorrow.
Yeah, it's championship eve. Tomorrow's the big day.
Almost as good as Christmas. Some might say it's a little bit better because it's not as cold. But the excitement is still there.
Someone's going to have a nice gift tomorrow of being Canada's best.
Yeah, now, and there's still, I see two former Canadian champions still in. Alan Whitfield, Vito Puopolo. Alan was also last year's finalist, looking to get back on the top of that mountain.
I think Blake might just have an angle on that red in the middle of those three reds left of the pink. Just waiting for Andre Waugh to take a shot. He's got the potting path, and I think the angle he can just clip into that red, left of the red that he's on, to hold for the black. Yes, Rene, Andre is from Montreal. I was stating that Andre and Blake are the two non-Ontario contestants left in this tournament.
Has Blake done there? That was a risk that Blake didn't really need to take on at that point. He's trailing 40-3, but my goodness, look what he's left, Dave.
Yeah, it's given Chekyun a great opportunity to take this fourth frame and extend his lead 3-1.
Yeah, he was at the butt of his cue in the air to try and get a little bit of action on the white, and blind pot, to say the least, close to the red, and under these conditions as well. My word. Checking's got it dialed in. He's just going to back and forth and, like a magician, make these reds disappear.
Bentley George, just curious why there aren't any Canadians on the pro circuit, but alas, there is one. Sahil Nair is over there doing well. Obviously, he's a small fish in a very big pond. The standard is so strong over there, but we're glad that Sahil is over there doing his best. Very nice that the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association has developed a program and a tournament that helps players achieve their dreams of being a professional snooker player, as the Open Championship, or the main draw of the Pan Am Championships. A player that wins that gets a 2-year card, and seniors is not a bad winnings as well, as if you take that, you'll play at the famed Crucible Theater in the World Senior Snooker Championship that takes place just after the conclusion of the World Championships. So nice to see there's more and more opportunities. There's also Q Tour events that are happening in North America.
You know, Dave, I always thought the World Seniors, they could play the World Seniors before the actual Worlds as a build-up to the main event, as it were. Instead of following them.
It's I guess the only thing, it's two different organizations.
Very true.
You know, WPBSA and WST are heavily involved with the World Championships, and Jason Francis of Snooker Legends, he also does the 900. He's involved in the senior side. And I wonder if it's just become so tradition over the years that any snooker player knows, if they're on the moon and they look at their clock and it says the latter part of April, early May, they know the World Snooker Championships is on.
Very true. It's usually around the same time as our Ontario Championships, so yeah, it's a good time of year then. But right now, Chucky Kwan 65-3 in front, 62 to the good. Well, 67 now with that yellow, however, so 64 in front. With 67 on, so red and a color will get him across that line here in the fourth, and poised to take a 3-1 frame advantage against Blake Martell. Dave Daly would like to know, do clocks work on the moon, Dave? Dave Daly tuning in, I'm assuming from Colorado. Would you like to take that one?
Sure, I can take that one. That's great. Dave's alive. Unfortunately, Dave's actually probably back home in Seattle. Rob,
pardon me, yes.
He was the first champion of the inaugural Colorado Snooker Open Championship. Unfortunately, I have issues with motion sickness, so becoming an astronaut and checking out if clocks work on the moon, it's not in the cards for me, but I'll heavily endorse an experiment going up there. Unfortunately, the Canadian space program isn't as strong as NASA, so Dave, if you could ring up Houston and let them know we've got a problem and we want it solved. Do clocks work on the moon?
Well, I did a little bit of investigative work here, Mr. Daly and Mr. Bernie. According to ChatGPT, not gonna lie, I did type that question: do clocks work on the moon? into the AI, and yes, plain and simple answer is yes, clocks work on the moon. It then carries on with about a full page of information, which I'm not going to read aloud during this broadcast, of course, but short answer is yes. So, Mr. Daly, I hope we've satisfied your curiosity. Right now, Blake has a lot of work to do. Wants a good bounce. No, not great, not terrible. Anytime, Mr. Daly. Well, here we got Chucky Kwan leading 68 to 18. So he's 50 points in front, Dave, with only 43 on. So 2 snookers required.
And Chepyan was really going for it there. Gonna bury the hatchet with that long red. Actually, blue and black are covering the path for Blake's cue ball to hit that red on the potting side that's close to the top right cushion.
Oh, he got one. Well, this is anything but ideal.
Oh, that is close. It is really tight. He's trying to take this black. It's
Well, at this point, he's got to take it.
oh, well done. Yeah. Slim margins.
Yeah, now take this red, another black that he requires. Still needs snookers, of course, but green and brown are somewhat close together. Well, he likes getting in close to his work here, but you know, he's keeping it alive. Well, that might be end of frame. Yeah, in fact, it is concession by Blake Martell. However, Chucky Kwan leads this match 3 frames to 1, folks. Stay with us. Don't go nowhere. This match will continue in just a few moments' time.
Big 5th frame coming up. Blake Martell needs it to at least make Chukyan start to think, start to feel a little bit. But Chukyan would definitely like to make this an early night and dispatch of the Manitobian 4 frames to 1. But we'll find out when we come back with this 5th frame. Yes, I agree there, Dave. Dave Daly just chiming in saying that it was quite a pity that it wasn't streamed because it would have been quite a milestone in an amateur event. That's for sure. We've been close. You can see Ali Al Said make a 131 in Colorado just recently. There's a trivia question for all the buffs from all our amateur snooker events here in Canada and America, North America. What has been the highest break that has been streamed? And we're underway in this fourth frame. Again, definitely going for it here. He smells blood. Just trying to put the spike through the heart. Cancel any chances for Blake to become the Canadian national champion. Nice cutback. Just doesn't want that cue ball. Nope, it's not in the pocket. That's good. Bentley George chiming in, wondering if Jim White is still involved. Jim White and John White co-own the facilities right here at the corner bank. And Jim White has stepped in and done an amazing job as co-tournament director. They've taken the lion's share of the work. He's working well with Presley Backus of the Ontario Billiards and Snooker Association. Hugh McEachran has just chimed in that the highest break at a Canadian Championships was 145 by George Chenier. I don't think that one was streamed. It was probably a few years back when George made that break. Nice shot there by Blake. He's got Chuck Young in the snooker tight behind the green. We'll just clip the pink. And it's going to require a little deliberation by the players. Cue ball is probably the really most important one there. As you can see, Chuck Young kind of waving his hands like we got the cue ball correct. So attempt number 3. goes into the pink. And yeah, that red wasn't there. Either of them, they're kind of blocking each other just above the black. And finally, on the fourth attempt, Chakyan is successful. Yes, thank you, Dave Daly, for chiming in. Davey Morris at the U.S. Masters. I think you could be correct. At a 1-3-2 at that event in Seattle back in March of this year. It's great to see here. This side of the pond in the amateur scene. Get some high breaks going. Standard play has definitely risen in the past few years. Players are getting a lot more competitions on the calendar. Interesting question here with the stalemate that seems to go on. Shout out to all the viewing audience. Now, what do we feel about Clive Everton's thought? Might be not on the re-rack here, but Clive once produced when there was a re-rack and there were points on the board. He thought, yeah, allow the re-rack to happen for the players, but carry the points over, and that only that amount of balls stays on, or complete 15 reds. We've got a great viewing on. Is Peter Singh chiming in? Alex Bagulayan at the Calgary Open back in 2025. February had a 136. So thanks for tuning in, Master Damage. Tuning in all the way from White Rock, BC in Canada. Unfortunately, BC's last competitor in this event, Charlie Brown, just got dispatched by Frank Amoretti. It's looking a little messy down at the top end of the table.
Well, Dave, Blake's got it all to do here. 3-1 down. Can't drop another frame. Backed up to the bulk cushion with a 22-point lead here in the fourth.
Yeah, this is the stage of the tournament where it's dangerous. In the past, you might get a great long red, but you know, I think he was forced into taking that pot. I didn't see the safety, the containing safety leaves him down there. He might be leaving his opponent on a red, and Chek Jung Kwan can definitely have you sitting for quite a while. So Blair just take a few strolls around, just calm the heartbeat down a little bit. That was a great long red. The adrenaline might be pumping. Oh. Yeah, Chekyun's got a red on. This might be tough for the Manitoban.
So we've dialed in the network settings a little bit tighter, Dave. Hopefully it holds up for the rest of the day without too much spottiness. Sometimes when the club fills up or the weather gets cloudy, then it can affect the internet and technology. It's something we can't control. But chance now for Blake. This red will go bottom left corner, just where Andre's arm is covering the pocket, of course.
Yeah, he's got the angle to come up for the blue. Yeah, with that cannon, he's got a red. Certainly going to be a tough ordeal for Blake to run out here. I think he's just got to try and get as most points possible and just not take on a low percentage shot. Know his percentages. If he's not feeling it, run and hide.
Yeah, he's got to nurse that 28-point advantage here. Well, good pot. Is he on the yellow just enough? Maybe, Dave. Not without risk, of course.
Yeah. Fortunate canning strongly into the brown. Killed the pace of the cue ball. He's got a chance. A little low on the yellow, making it a bit difficult. to go into the green pocket. But the angle that he has it, he'll come down table naturally. Well, mass the damage. These tables are tough. There's a few shots that I've seen that sometimes you see a object ball hit the cushion just before a corner pocket, and that usually means it's not going in, but a pocket has received it. On our other TV table, many pots have gone into that left middle and rattled around and not fallen. So they do their best here. Corner Bank, it's quite an open public place. Not sure if they got the tables reclothed and lead up to the tournament. So this fifth frame getting a little scrappy.
Scrappy it is. You know, and Blake's only 29 in front, so it's not a big enough lead where he can just lay back. So he's pretty much got to put his foot on the gas and press forward. Keep the pressure on Chuck in.
Yeah, no harm in keep tying him up, being safe, but there could be an opportunity that presents itself. And when that opponent gives it to you, Blake really needs to attack and score quite proficiently.
Yeah, I mean, there's several reds for him in the open. He just needs to be patient and wait for that opportunity. And be prepared for it.
Playing that with the element safe. Nice cue ball. Demolished by a tap on the table from his opponent. Check in, get it into the bulk area. Well, easy. Fourth is Blake to take on this red on the right side out in the open. Oh, that dreaded double kiss. Double kiss is only good in France. Most of the time they're deadly on a snooker table.
We got a bit of a lag, folks, so I do apologize if you see any buffering. Working hard to keep it going. You may not notice too much of an interruption.
It's the early onset of televised sporting events. I remember as a youngster watching some, and sometimes things would go off air. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Always frustrating, and hopefully you guys aren't getting too frustrated out there watching the stream when it kind of buffers and lags a little bit. It's definitely not our intent to give you max headroom snooker.
All right, so we might see a little jump or a skip here and there, folks, but not much else we can do at this point, unfortunately. A little skip here and there, Dave, is better than an all-out lag.
Or a colossal shutdown. We don't want
Yeah,
that.
no, and we're avoiding that like the plague here. You know, right now I'm like a duck on the water.
True, and I'm holding 2 coat hangers out to their full length. If you're in the Southern Ontario neighborhood, we're in Scarborough at the Corner Bank, 925 Warden Ave. Lots of wonderful seating in here, cool drinks, hot, delicious meals. Surface is top notch. They're making everybody feel at home, especially the non-regulars. Jim and John put together a great team. I think that's why this place continues to excel and is the spot to go.
Oh, Chuckian is doing his best here to reduce that deficit. He's got a lot of work to do with those 5 reds on the bottom cushion.
Yeah. Might be able to get 1 right now, leftmost to the top left cushion.
Oh,
But he
boy.
cinches the brown. Ouch. It's giving Blake a very slim margin. There's this red along the cushion. Might need to use the rest. So red that's close to the left middle. It looks a lot easier on the screen. And it compresses the angle a little bit, the TV monitors.
And on our main table, Dave, just let people know, Edward Ling leads Alan Whitfield 2 frames to 1 in their best of 7. Getting late in the 4th frame with a 62 to 1 point advantage. Current break of 24. So Edward looking poised to go up 3-1 and 1 away from the semifinal in this year's championship.
And that's a good opponent to take down. That's almost as good as taking out last year's champ. Unfortunately, as we know, Sahil Nair is over on the pro ranks, and he won it last year, but he was able to defeat Alan Whitfield. So Edward Ling could take out last year's runner-up. Right here, both these players trying to get into a semifinal. Not sure if Blake or Chekyan have made it to a Canadians semifinal.
So Chuckian has come back a little bit, slightly, 17 points down still. This frame is going to be an absolute fight to the finish, Dave. Of course, Blake hoping for at least 1 more frame, give himself a chance to stay in the match. But he's got to win this frame to do it. Wow.
Yeah, 5 balls below the black spot. Red balls, that is.
Well, 2 open reds. Blake may decide to take one of these on. It could be go time for him.
Problem, who's gonna sell out a red.
Well, not much for Chucking to do here. Get on this last red from this blue. Well, not perfect, but not bad either. See if he can manage this pot, maintain position on the blue to either disrupt or disturb some of the reds on that bottom cushion. Can also play for direct position on the red closest to that left corner. Either way, he's going to need the angle here off this red on the blue to do it. Well, that's not too bad. Brown is also an option, but getting into them from here, not possible.
Yeah, could float down off this blue. The red to the top left corner. It's done well to get him back into the frame.
Well, a little high for this red. But if there's any indication that he might play it, he has made some incredible pots earlier in this match, Dave, along cushions. But that's usually when he's had the advantage. Right now he's fighting to win the match here in this frame from behind. What he really wants is to force Blake to open some of the other reds for him. He doesn't want to open them for Blake.
So big shot here for Chekyan using the redwoods. Gonna put this red into the pocket. Could go wrong.
Oh, and it has. That was a brave shot to take on, but I mean, I guess he could. He was thinking, you know, it's the only one he could leave, and he has. And the reds are tied up, but this is going to give Blake, you know, a moment to think. And if he gets position, he's going to need a good shot to open something else. Otherwise, it's going to be one red, one color, and done.
Ooh, he's just went in a position that can't get to the brown.
No, but now he's got, you know, he could play the snooker, but he might be more advised or easier to play off a color. Let Chuckin see the reds somewhat. Because if he's in a snooker, likely he's just going to come off a cushion and nudge up to them. So I think Blake's taking the pink on to right middle. So that's not too bad. If he got it, he would have got 6 points. Or as it stands, he's 6 in front. Good return from Chuckin right behind the yellow.
He's not got it, and he's left a red on.
Yeah.
Red should slide by the brown. Chuck Yun on the brown. And then they can clip off a red and get into the bulk area, so.
Yeah, but Dave, he's got this red on, can absolutely pot the brown, only 5 points. But then he's going to be one opening a red here. Chuckin's contemplating what he wants to do after the red. If he just rolls this red through, he can nudge right up to the black. Was a possibility, but he does like the pot balls, this young man. Yeah, I kind of like just rolling that red in, Dave, and tucking up to the cushion in the black because he couldn't get underneath the cushion to the red, to the left of the black, and that would have been an incredible out. So he's going to need to catch this one thin. Not a lot of pace unless he can get back up for coverage behind those bulk colors.
Oh, you made the yellow.
Okay, where's this red going?
It's safely gone onto the right cushion, and there looks to be snookered. If that yellow might be a thin coat of red paint. It can just sneak by. It's dangerous. Definitely test his eyes. Just 3 points in it.
Oh, he's gone. Well, I'm not sure Chuckin's going to have a good look at this red. If it goes, it's going to be very close. I don't think it does, Dave. Even if it does, is it worth taking on from this angle? No. Where he's pointing there is might be a clear indication that he's not actually playing the pot. Well, it's all open now. Chucking it a little short of his mark.
Yeah, there's a pathway for that red left of the black. Double might be a bit better choice for Blake. That red on the right side cushion, just because it leads for our element of safe. That other long red, yeah, could be construed as a shot to nothing.
Yeah, this is a big shot to take on. Gonna need a bit of luck here.
Yeah, that red just wiggled the jaws and it just...
I kind of like your suggestion, Dave, with the double. Possible double, keep the white safe behind the bulk line. Force Chucky in to go for one. But, I mean, that red was definitely potable. He's quite capable of doing it, of getting it under normal circumstances. But when you're trailing 3-1 in a close frame, in a best of 7, everything can be missable.
The pressure is tough. Blake's been potting some good long pots in this match. So it's not a terrible surprise that he did take it on. And sometimes you might just completely gap on a shot. You might watch the match back again tonight, Blake, and be like, "Oh, you didn't even realize that double was there."
Yeah, sometimes you get so focused in your train of thought that you might not see everything. We definitely have the best view of everything. Players have the better view of the angles, of course, but you know, we've said it many times. This game is easier from the chair. Well, oh, what a great pot there from Chucky with the rest. It's all going to depend on where this brown spot's the availability of that last red in the, well, it's covering the spot. That's going to work out nice for him.
Yeah, it can just stun into this red, be low on the brown. Good angle to get back up table for that red that's covering the brown spot.
Now, I don't think it passes the green into the green pocket, but absolutely goes into the yellow. It's a little high, but should be able to manage from here. As Chucky leads now by 9, 40 to 31.
Yeah. Just the angle on the black. Could swing behind the brown. Come up table. Just take a typical blue. Just got to avoid the brown. Come in and out of the top area of the table.
Well, got into it a little much, but still in with a chance on this last red. Increasing his lead. He's come from behind in this frame, has Chuck in.
Oh, he's just a little shy.
How's his weight?
Might have a result there.
Well, I think Blake can see it. I don't think he can see the potting angles. From my angle, our view, only possibly the left side of this red as we look at it. Oh, I think he's got him, yes. Good weight control there. Oh, he can't see it, can he? I believe you can see a piece of this red, my goodness.
That's a good safety shot.
Yeah, Blake really needs to get this last red. Otherwise, he's going to need the 6 remaining colors if he comes back to the table.
Yeah, 14-point advantage for Chekyun Kwan. It's held up all right. It's getting dangerous to be near that right middle pocket with that red.
Now I wonder if Chuckin will play the white to the top cushion off this red.
Yeah, I think he's got some good weight there for the snooker.
Chuckin digging in now. Blake needs to do the same. But not being able to see this red. You know, this is difficult for him. He can absolutely hit this, but he wants to get the object ball safe. Won't mind where the cue ball ends up. As long as that red is not over a pocket and on a cushion someplace, he will be happy.
Oh, and he fooled us all. He had the pathway for the pod.
Oh
Thought
my.
he was in the snooker, but deceiving camera angles. They always play tricks with us.
Well, we are on our final set of matches for the day, Dave. So depending on the length of this match and other matches in camera view range, might be in for a bit of an early evening. Now that correct me if I'm wrong, I believe play starts tomorrow morning at 10:30.
You are correct. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 10:30, 7:30 on the West Coast. Hope you can tune in. Semifinals, and then the finals will be happening after those semifinals conclude.
Yeah, and the semifinals are 4 out of 7. Finals are to be 5 out of 9.
That was a big miss on that yellow for Blake. It's a bit fortunate that Chuck Yan doesn't really have a great green.
No, but he does have a 47 to 32 point advantage. 15 points in front. If there's a gap here, I'd be amazed.
Yeah, Blake just needs a little bit of swerve. If he wants to hit it full in the face, I think he can just take the right side of the green.
How's his pace?
Oh, look at this.
Oh my word. Needs to take a moment here.
Yes.
Compose himself. Possibly wait for Andre Waugh to play. And get on with business.
Yeah, just come in, just retorting to his chair, giving his hands a bit of a wipe. There's a colossal fluke.
Yeah, could
on
be
that
a
green.
frame winner. Needs to be high on the blue. I think he's just about there. Yes, he is. Pink's going to be a great shot for position. You know, if he doesn't have a great angle on the pink, he's got to secure the pink. Play safe on the black if he has to, Dave. And then fight it out from there and give himself a chance. If he plays the pink too firm, he can mishit it, rattle it, anything can happen.
Yeah, just doesn't want to be straight on it. Just he can float down nicely. Just control his cue ball here, off the blue.
He's a little straight. Yeah, just having a quick look at the score as he walks by. Again, waiting for players on the other table. This is a key moment for him.
And almost him and Alan Whitfield almost bumped heads, but Alan realizes, looks at the table, and sees just a pink and black, as opposed to his table where there's maybe about 13 reds. So he knows the pressure situation that Blake's under right here. So we'll stand back and let the Manitoban attempt this pink.
Now,
All right.
he's in the frame. Decision time. Not a nice place to be in. He's worked so hard to take advantage of that brown, or green rather. But boy, I really don't like the putt from here. I think just nudging this black to the cushion, the top cushion, the bulk cushion rather. He's got to be careful though. If he does that, Dave, he doesn't want to leave the double to the corner on. 3-1 up, chuck in has been known in high pressure matches where he's leading to take those on.
Maybe just a gentle flick on the left side of this black. Push that black to right cushion, and the white going up high on the left cushion.
Oh, he's completely underhit that. This black is on, my word. I mean, it's not an easy putt, but I think chucking's got to go here. This is for frame and match. Yeah, a little surprised Blake attempt to get the ball to the cushion fell that short.
This for frame and match. Oh, it doesn't go. Blake breathes another sigh of relief. Will he take this mid-range black to that same pocket?
You know
He's
what?
all there.
Yeah, with chucking safety game, I think Blake's got to go. Just waiting for Edward Ling now on the opposing table. Big moment for Blake Martell here in the fifth.
Here we go. To keep his hopes alive. Black to crawl back and make it 3-2. Oh, he's got it. He's done it.
No, and it's there. He's got to be feeling so much better after that. He's still got a lot of work to do. But he sent a clear message to his opponent, Chucky and Kwan, that he is in for a fight.
Well, on the onset, it definitely felt like this could go down to the wire. So Chuck Yon's got to feel it a little bit. It's not completely out of the woods. He has a 3-2 advantage. But if Blake's able to push us into a decider, ooh, I think all bets will be off. Very interesting way that Chekyan puts together those red balls. Tough to see from our angle because his back is to the camera, but
That's right.
he puts all the reds along his cue and moves it up. And then with his arms, he creates the triangle. Very interesting.
Yeah, he gets them quite straight too, Dave. Well, Blake has stepped away for a brief moment, folks. It's a good time to stretch your legs. This match continues momentarily. All right, while we're waiting for Blake to tune in, or return rather, we'll keep an eye there. As soon as Blake returns, we'll switch right back, folks. But right now, it's Alan Whitfield, Edward Ling. Edward Ling leading this match 3 frames to 2, 29 to 16 points up in the 6th frame. And we'll be switching right back because Blake has returned. And we continue. 6th frame, checking Quan to break. Blake Martel only 1 frame behind now. As we try and manage our connection. It might be slightly sloppy at the moment.
And Blake's in first here. Got a blue, top left corner, a couple open reds. Let's have a red at the bottom of the pack. Oh, he's walking to take this red into the left middle, but the blue stays out.
We are back in business. Chucky Kwan looking for a semi-final berth tomorrow. But he's got to get past Blake Martel here.
Yeah, this black will go to top left after this red that Chukyun has into the top right corner. Well, maybe he didn't think it did. It looked by my vantage point that it did. But he's got the best view of the table. It's all right.
Yes. Good angle for him. If he wants to go in the bunch, he doesn't have to, of course. There's a red below the pack that will go to right corner. Of course, he's also got the red that will go to, and that's somewhat in the middle there, to the right of the pack. And the red, of course, above the black will clear the black. Very nicely done. Could have easily hit the reds and would have skewed the cue ball a little. Managed to avoid everything, and he's in business now.
Great angle on the black. Play for that loose red below the pack. Very nicely judged stun shot. Might have a little angle on this red
Yeah.
to the top right that he can just nudge into the pack and maybe open up another red while following through and having the black to the opposite corner pocket.
Yep. All Blake can do is sit back and relax in his chair. You know, I don't think I like your shot better, Dave. The red below the bunch. If he runs it through, he might open a few. But if he pot this one, and he does, he's equally as good here. Now, does he take this golden opportunity to get into them? Or does he play for the open one and increase his lead? If he gets into them good, this could be a frame match-winning visit.
Oh, he
he's
does
missed.
front black.
Wow.
Blake's got options of reds where he wants to go. Nicely done. Can just lightly draw back on this red, or blue, I should say, to be on the red to the right of the pink. Just a delicate stun run through. Doesn't want to go through too much. Might have an angle. Cannon into the red below this red that he's on to just hold for the pink. Left middle bag. Just gonna take a look at the bottom red. The punch. Does look like it goes, just not sure where. It does look like it's just a little too high. He's got away enough that if this red does go, he is on it. Unfortunately, the red is covering the pink spot. In that case, the pink ball comes up and goes on the highest point value available. And in this case, it's the pink.
Well, Dave, just checking in with Alan Whitfield and Edward Ling. Edward Ling has defeated Mr. Whitfield 4 frames to 2 in that 6th frame with 2 reds remaining on the table. So Everett Ling will be seen again tomorrow morning, folks, as he moves on to the semifinal and championship Sunday here at the Corner Bank for the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship. Well done.
Yeah, that's a surprise. That's such a lopsided victory. That I don't know. I think Edwards looking pretty promising. He's knocked off last year's runner-up. That's just as good as taking out the champ, because unfortunately the champ can't be here. Sahil Nair, last year's winner over in the UK, honing his skills on the pro circuit. Meanwhile, on our table, Blake took a nice red, one bottom of the bunch, and got an angle on the green to come down, but that other red on the bottom looks like it will go as well now. So it doesn't really need to disturb the pack. But doing that really opens things up, and now has given him a great chance. It's a wonderful opportunity for Blake. Just evaluate everything. Take it at your pace, Blake. It's your table.
Well, Dave, Al's match finishing, so we got no more matches on that table. The other 3 matches in progress are slowly coming down to it, except for Levi and Frank. That's apparently still in the first frame. However, it's beyond our camera view. So the only other match that we can get beyond this one is Vito and Andre Watt. Vito's winning that match right now, 3 frames to 1. So we could be coming close to the end of our broadcast for today. But Blake Martell certainly looking good to extend it.
Yeah, just can roll into this blue, into left middle. Nice 2 reds, left of the pink.
And Jesse Fox tuning in. Jesse, well played, good event. Didn't quite go your way, but what an effort, my young friend. And thank you for the ruby reds, the blue shoes, and the purple haze. Certainly created his own Canadian Championship moment, Dave. But right now, more importantly, we got Blake Martell looking to force a 7th and deciding frame, leading 31-20, 11 points only in front.
Just needs to gently draw back for the pink into the other middle pocket after this red. Pretty
Well
sure
done.
they're all on the edge of their seat at Bourbon Street Billiards in Winnipeg.
Fantastic, doing well here, Blake. Current break of 37. Won't be too worried about the red on the right side cushion. Just these 3 open ones. And not too happy with the angle, but you know what? Just got to change his game plan a little bit.
A bit more difficult of a shot to come up to blue than just kind of gliding in. Oh, my apologies. There's a little bit of disturbance behind me. They're talking about some table allocations. I thought he was on the red, Blake. That was.
Wow, he's played that well, Dave. He's going to need another good one here, though. Wants to pot this red. I think he's going to need to use that bottom cushion, but he doesn't want to hit the black unless he feels he can pot this red to that right corner and nudge the black into a potting position to left. Yeah, just having a quick look at that angle.
Tense moments here at the corner bank. Oh, he can't get it, and he's given check down a chance on that red. Reprieve that couple reds on the right cushion.
Yeah, but now if you, well, he's actually left him in a position on this red that check-in might very well go into the other 2 reds on the cushion. However, going into reds from a red doesn't guarantee you position on a color, and he's trailing by 25. Wow, he's played that well. Had the perfect angle.
What a turnaround this could be. Blake looks so poised to put us into a decider. Oh, it's a tough game.
It's not too bad for chucking it. A little bit further, but at least he's not over top of that last red. All right, it all comes down to this for chuck-in.
Yeah. Final red. Black is the only really safe ball. All the other colors are on their spots.
Wow. And I believe Frank just had a break of 65 in his first frame with Levi. Leads Levi at that first frame 91-0.
And you can catch that game on cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. They've got a tablet at the table. Reports right back to the live scoring feature on that webpage.
Now, unfortunately, that match just in the first frame or about to begin the second is beyond our camera view, folks. So at the end of this match, which could be our last one, but the only other match that's alive is Andre Juan Vito. However, Vito leads that one 3 frames to 1. 15 points in front with just the blue remaining. So we will see what we can do. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get Levi and Frank, which is unfortunate because that is turning out to be a good match. Yep. A little bit different here. Blake 14 points in front, 45-31. Colors on the spot except for that black. Wants coverage on this red. That red will go. He should be just okay.
Yeah, there might be a slim gap that Chekyan can hit it, but the potting angle's not there. Oh, a little wild shot there by Chekyan as he's gifted a long red. It's not a gimme, but kind of just came out to the table and just fired that in. Didn't really take the time to survey the table.
Yeah, well, this is a good pot for Blake to go for. It'll mean that check-in will require the 6 remaining colors, of course. And if Blake does not get position, he can always put a ball safe on a cushion someplace.
Solid long red. That's just take a deep breath, Blake. Just walk around the table. That was a great red. Really put him in the driver's seat of this frame. Heart is definitely pumping pretty quick. I'd be surprised he might just roll up to the green here. Love to clear the frame. Sometimes you just got to take your medicine. Well disciplined. So Blake Martel with a 15-point advantage, 27 on the table. It's do or die for Martel. Chekyan Kwan has a 3-2 advantage in this best of 7 quarterfinal match.
Oh boy. What's he done there?
Yeah. Fortune's missed with attempt number 2. He's got it there. He's just got enough to push it away from the middle pocket.
And ladies and gentlemen, Vito has potted his frame and match ball. Andre Watt with 13 points left on the table, pink and black. He's 20 points down. So it's looking more and more, Dave, like this will be our final broadcasted match of the day. If that is so, then people can follow along with Frank and Levi at cloudsnooker.com.
Oh, Blair, so close. Yellow just rattled in the jaws. He's got a fortunate bit of luck there as the inverted snooker there happens for Blake. Chuck Young's going to queuing over this green ball. Very awkward. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow here at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 10:30 Eastern Daylight Time in the morning, 7:30 on the West Coast. Semi-final action kicks off Championship Sunday here at the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships. His official Vito Puapo is in the semifinals. He's defeated Andre Waugh. Blake taking no chances here. I don't think Chekyun wanted to cannon into that brown with his yellow. It's on here. Blake Martel just needs yellow and green.
Well, this is what a finish we're going to have for this match. Still going to pot the green here, Dave. 21 in front.
It's good green. Just 24 in it. I could still see Chekyun coming back, just needing the one snooker, as there's 22 points on the table. Still, how many twists and turns do we have left in this sixth frame?
Yeah, well, it's not over yet. Blake is in front. 55, 31, 24 to the good. But surely with this brown, not a lot of pace, wants to keep the white on the table first and foremost, doesn't want to give away any foul points.
That's a nice long brown. Hasn't snookered himself on the blue, can just roll it into the green pocket, but there's a concession. We're headed to a decider.
Absolutely incredible, Dave. You know, great effort from Blake Martel. Trailed 3-1 in this match. Fought valiantly to come back. And the pressure is now on this man, Chucky and Quan. However, 3 frames apiece. It's anybody's guess who's going to win this one.
Yeah. The match is on. The comeback is on. Let's see what happens when we come back for this deciding frame of this quarterfinal match. Handshakes are had, and the decider is on. Blake Martell from Manitoba set to get us going. Exciting match. It's been a great affair here. Some fluid break building, some tactical safe play, back and forth. That check-in was going to pull away with it, leading 3-1, but the battler from Manitoba, Blake Martell, fighting to put us into what looks to be an exciting decider. Check in, trying to get in first. Taking a red down the cushion. Like that. The two reds open on the right. I think the bottom one might pass both red and pink. Go into the left middle. And the egg will be taking Blair up table. So it's kind of got a little element of safe to it. Doesn't look like he likes it. And the double with an element of safe. And that with an element of safe. Black has taken away that top right corner, so only 5 of the 6 pockets are available for a red ball.
Okay, well, what a 7th frame we have in front of us. And our stream, our feed, Dave, looks quite good at the moment. I'm hoping it holds out for another 20, 30 minutes maybe. Blake has certainly got the momentum on his side here.
Yeah. Check-in is the one that's feeling, but he's kind of got to put that aside. He knows that he just needs one frame. His opponent needs one frame, so we're just going to get the good chance to start. Could clearly run away, and I don't think it's going to be that one chance, as we hear in the pro ranks so many times. Players just want one chance in a decider. I feel in the amateur game, you're going to need a couple of chances. That's a slim path there for you, Mr. Martell. Coming through those reds for that black. Looks real close.
So tomorrow's lineup: Vito Puopolo waiting for the winner of this match. Edward Ling waiting for the winner of Levi and Frank. So we got a stellar championship Sunday set, no matter who comes through. Oh my, he actually threaded that nicely.
Oh,
Yeah, Blake just calling referee over. I believe Kevin Patrick to have a look at the pink spot, see if it's available for the black. Checking Quan will have a look. Both agree that it does not go. Brown it is. Now Blake is certainly on the red to left corner, Dave, but he might also be on one to left middle.
yeah, he does have to run through with pace to be onto the blue. Might just be a bit straight. That's why Blake might be refusing that red to left middle. Yeah, Blake going to try and do his best to disturb an all-Ontario Final Four. But Chekian Kwan is definitely wanting to stop that. It's all his fellow Ontarians in there as well with him.
Yeah, I mean, Blake's done real well in the last two frames to stop the onslaught that is Chucky and Quan. Chucky looking like he needs to find another gear here. All depends now. This red. Oh, Chucky will have a go at it for sure.
Just looking for a little bit of extension. Let's find the redwoods, the long rests.
Oh boy. Well, I gotta say, I mean, even though he was using the long rest, little careless.
Just pressure of a decider.
Yeah, that might make the difference here, because that's going to give Blake Martel a little bit more of a boost. Seeing his opponent falter on what he would have thought was a scoring opportunity. Oh boy.
It's got the black. The only problem is that the black is going to go right back onto that brown spot unless he can nudge the red away.
Yeah, this is not, under these circumstances, Dave, this is not an easy pot by any means. Only because it's a bit of a back cut to that top left corner, and the white will be running towards the reds. So if he doesn't get it, there will be a high probability that he'll be leaving a red on. Wow, he's played it good.
Oh, and he's opened up the black spot. He might not be on a red.
No, he's not, but he definitely has control of the frame. Leading 16-0. Jesse Fox chiming in that his comment in regards to my previous comment about his fancy, great-looking shoes, that they will return next weekend, referring to the NSL Championship out at Master Cube Billiards in Markham. Begins June 12th, 13th, and 14th. So looking forward to being out there. And Jesse, if you're still watching, I will be on site for that one. And that will be broadcast, Dave, on NSL TV YouTube channel. But more importantly, right now is the Canadian National Championship. Blake Martel, Chucky Kwan, 3-3, 7th frame decider. Couldn't get better than this from a viewer's point.
Well, he's left a red on. Chuck Yan. Can't convert there.
Well, he's slightly gotten away with it. I'm sure I would have preferred to pot it, but if you don't pot it, you hope to the snooker gods that you don't leave it. Unless Blake prefers a thin one. I doubt it at this juncture.
Yeah, even the cutback double is a bit dangerous as well.
And Christopher Farrington. The semifinals and finals are tomorrow. Semifinals are scheduled for 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course. Sorry, Eastern Daylight Time.
And maybe frame one. A thin snick on that open red right of the black on the left side. He might be taking it on because he could come behind the black off a couple cushions and shoot himself into the bulk area. Just too much, but didn't sell anything out.
No. Two objectives he didn't get there. He didn't get the pot, didn't get the white to the bulk end, so he didn't give anything out or away. Rather, but he has given a chance for Chuck-in to get that white behind the green and brown area. He's got the line, but does he have the pace, Dave? Yes, he does. Not bad. Blake should be okay. Has a choice of reds here. Boy, he's going to need a good one. Everything Blake does, or Chuck-in does, it's going to have to be precisely perfect. Or the other player, as good as they are, will take advantage.
back on pace. Those two reds, right side open. One closest to his cue ball does pass, but where is his color? So electing for the more open red on the left-hand side. To drag into it, come off the top cushion, and be on the black. That's going to help Chekyan's confidence. He's been struggling a little bit, reeling. Obviously, so close to punching his way into the semifinals with a 3-1 lead, and now he has to battle out in the decider. Good red, getting nice shape on the black. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, he's in a good spot here, Dave. Definitely has the ability. He's been silenced somewhat in these last two frames.
He's still on the black, but oh, it's a nasty piece of work. High on it, queuing over red. Just maybe to come off that green on the right side and maybe trying to get behind the brown. Unfortunately, can't see the side of the brown that he'd like. Just get behind the blue. Building to be a big shot for Chekyan Kwan.
Yeah, just taking a bit of extra time here.
And that's not too bad. It does have the paths to sneak off. Yeah, second thought, definitely prefer that red near the left cushion. That
Absolutely.
snick slide off those reds, doing the two cushions, always threat of an in-off.
Yeah, Blake just running the white to the bottom cushion, not taking any chances. Holding on to the mere 7-point advantage, 16-9. In our last frame of the day.
Yeah, Al Edwards, we can let you know, they're asking who do we know has moved on to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Vito Puapol has moved on, and he will play the winner of this match. And Edward Ling is in the semifinals, and he's going to take off the winner of the Frank Emeretti Levi Myler match. You can find out all the results on cloudsnooker.com, and just search out the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship tab, as they've got a lot of tournaments up there. Some are still available to register. The billiards event in Winnipeg, the Pan Am Open and Seniors Championship in Brazil this year.
Yeah, this frame is going to be a little upside down. So could get a little messy here, Dave.
Yeah, neither player wants to take undue risk.
Yeah, especially Blake. He's fought back to force this frame. And you can say the same about Chuck and Quan. Both of them want this as much as the other.
Might be an idea here. John might be able to flip off that red to the right. Maybe just put a trace of side. Get behind the black off right and top cushion.
Oh, he's gone for it. I don't think it's got the legs.
You can't believe it. Neither can I. Good spot there. I didn't think that was on from my vantage point, but advantage Martel.
Yeah, that one there, Dave, was, I can't believe he actually tried to play it. It was so close together. Blake was watching it intently, and, you know, I mean, Chucking pretty much gave it all that he could without creating a push or a foul. And he didn't have to take it on at all. This is where Blake needs to capitalize on this mistake from Chuck-in. Oh, that white needs to slow down or speed up greatly. My goodness.
Yeah, he's got the red, or the black, I should say, into the right middle. But I don't know if he really can hold that. Yeah, you've got a red into the opposite middle bag of those three arcing ones left of the pink spot. Didn't really give himself anything easy.
And Christopher Farrington, yes, I do believe there'll be a ref for both the semifinals and the finals. I believe we'll have Kevin Patrick and Dave Sylvain Etier stepping in.
Yep, Sylvain Lettier still in the room. He's knocked out of this tournament. Kind of had a little off day, but was willing to help out Kevin here and there where needed. And definitely he'll be donning the white gloves tomorrow. So both those gentlemen will do the semifinals, and I'm not sure who will be doing the finals, though.
Right. Well, we saw just now Chucky Kwan showing a little bit of frustration starting to set in. Not so good for him. Might be good for Blake, however.
As well, if you want a front row seat to all this great action tomorrow and you know how to add, we'd love you to come along. and act as scorekeeper. Help the flow of the match go nicely, and the players would really appreciate it. All they can think about is playing.
Yeah, he's got a good white there. Chucking, not going to have too much control over that cue ball. No, it's a good tight frame, only 17 to 9 in it. 8 points the difference.
Yeah, Chuck-in's just got to rein in his emotions. Beginning of the match, as he was steaming ahead, he just felt like a cool customer, almost robotic. And now we've seen a little bit of motion. All we see on that red to right middle, he threw up his hands because he was just short of pace. Not sure if he maybe got a kick or something, but he still has a great chance to be in the semifinals.
Now, how much of this red to right middle can Blake see? He's looking at it like he can pot it. Not easy for position. And I think Dave, the way the Reds are sitting, if he goes for this, he's got to get it. It may allow Chucky an opportunity to get his arm back underneath him.
Yeah, he will be able to go up and down table on this thin.
Wow. It's going to matter where the white ends.
Yeah, it's gifted a chance for Chuck Yen. Just hoping he can get back in. A little shake of the head by Martel. Great audience here at the corner bank. On the edge of their seats, just engaged fully in this deciding frame. It's okay on the yellow though. It's drawn back for the black. I think he can get a straight on. That red above the yellow, but I don't know if there's an angle on that yellow to get him up for that red. It'll just be a bit too straight. There's one angle, and he's done well.
what a chance this is for Chuck-in. If he can keep himself together, hold himself together, maintain a small amount of focus, he should be able to get a good score on the board, if not cross the line.
Oh, he might just be a bit fortunate. Unfortunately, that red is not going to cut by the pink. Don't know if he can bypass that red I'm mentioning. Is there a plant just below? There's a little bit of space between those two reds, so I guess it doesn't go. This is not taking it on, so Blake does get another chance. Oh, nice effort. Now, is there a path to the top left corner? Check in with like that rather than. Good effort by Blake Martell on that left middle bag, trying to create the opportunity. It's a little awkward bridging over that blue. Doesn't want any bit of fabric or clothing. That's maybe why it just rattled in the jaws there.
Yeah, now Chucky Kwan taking the lead 28-17. 11 points in front, so we're not much in it, Dave. I think it's going to be like this for, well, pretty much this frame.
Oh, where's the cube? Is that going? Is that red? Oh, what a chance. Oh, is that cue ball? Oh, holy
No,
cow.
it's not.
Many things turning there. Missed the red on the first try, then it rolled along the cushions and fell the bottom of the top right corner. And that cue ball almost went in, so.
Tense moment. Chucky Kwan just sit back in his chair and knows he's probably going to be snookered here.
And we do apologize, Bazooka Mania and everybody else. It is a little bit choppy due to the internet. Hopefully things can get smooth. We might have a little bit of inclement weather here in southern Ontario that might be affecting it a bit. Or maybe even the internet is feeling the tension of this match and frame. Yeah, check in, just talking to himself a bit more. He wasn't like this early on. He's certainly feeling it. He should be able to hit a red. It's just where is he going to leave his cue ball in correlation with the 6 remaining reds on the table.
Well, Dave, I hope from what I'm seeing outside my window, that the weather has starting to pass. That there's a really vibrant rainbow starting to appear, and hopefully that's a sign of good things to come for our connection, which is fluctuating more than normal. So, but as the club builds up, the internet gets used more, our connection might suffer a little bit. Right now it's holding. We are working on, ladies and gentlemen, working on improving it for tomorrow, Championship Sunday, semifinals and finals. Thanks to our good friend Randall Morrison, so thank him for that.
Yep. Previous president of the Cbsa a few years back, Randall had to step away from the snooker world for a few years as some personal issues came up. But it's good to see Randall back in the room. He's feeling excited too. Hadn't been around for about 7 years to the corner bank. And as you can see on the left side of your screen, a patron has just come down into the playing area to find a cue for his pool match. So I think Blake just letting him do his business.
Yeah. And Mr. Kevin Patrick just advising them. And in our other match currently in progress, Dave, Frank Camarani leads Levi Myler 2-0 now, which would be an absolutely incredible win for him and well deserved, but he's still got 2 more frames to go. However, this is our final match of the broadcast day. If it ends before Levi and Frank, ladies and gentlemen, you can follow along with that score on cloudsnooker.com.
Blake just seeing on the left side of the table where he wants to put his cue ball after this black to give him a chance. And on the rightmost red of the 2 that are left of the cluster of pink and 3 reds. Well, he's got the black.
Now, is he on it?
I think the pot is there. He can run through. Could be onto the black to the similar pocket. Even so, there's that. If that plant isn't there, but maybe he's going to save for later. Just stayed down. Great discipline right there by Blake. Just waited till that red ball fell in the pocket until he moved. That's the kind of stroke you want to be. To be a great snooker player. Black's a little bit in his eye line, a little bit of a disturbance, and this might just be off the cushion. He'd love to have it tight to the cushion so he can use his cue ball to hit object ball and cushion at the same time. That will result in his object ball hugging the cushion all the way down to the bottom of this corner pocket.
Yeah, he's managing this well. This is going to be a challenge to Red along the cushion. Won't be able to play it with a lot of pace, so he's going to have to fully commit to this one, Dave. And he did. Nicely done. Checking Kwan just pacing around. You know, I'm not sure about this angle on the black from my view.
There's a slight angle that he can come off the cushion.
Can he turn this into a plant? Or will he even try? It doesn't look even close from here. I know there's a slight gap between the two.
Yeah, if they were welted together, it really, I'm just trying to look at a decent angle in here. It looks like it does. I'm about a table's worth, snooker table that is, so I'm a little distance away.
Yes.
But at least if he tries to take it on.
Yeah, he's got to look at the risk versus reward here. Maybe he can play it with the white going back into the bulkhead.
Okay, so it was never there. That's good. That mystery is solved.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he played it well. You know, there was a slight chance that he might have been able to throw it in, even though they weren't touching. But he's got a great white. Not reverencing the shark, of course.
And Blair with just a slim 14-point advantage, 51 points on the table. Black and yellow, the only colored balls on their spot. I'll try shot to nothing with this red that's just above the black to the left and take top right corner.
Looks good. Oh my word.
He's given it. It's there for Chuck-in.
Would you believe it? That's absolutely devastating.
Yeah. Don't mind him taking it on. It looked like a good shot to nothing, but just it rattled in the jaws and just sat there.
Yeah. I mean, this game is so funny sometimes, Dave. Anything can happen. It usually does. At the most inopportune times. That was certainly one for Blake. Well, he's got the, well, now 13-point lead, which will slowly evaporate. Oh boy.
Thought he might have the angle to come up for that open red.
Yeah, I thought he would have played on that one, even if he just rolled it through and played, you know, the red into right middle and leave this one for last. So absolutely gonna have a look here at the one to right middle. Doesn't like the angle he's gotten on the one on the cushion.
Yeah. See by Chuck-in's body language, he's just slugging himself around the table. Obviously, when he's feeling stride, he's bouncing around there like a deer, but
Well, all in all, not great, but he's done well to even get this much out of that pot. You know, this could be risky. Yeah.
And he's left the red, left the black. So he's got to negotiate with that pink and try and cut it into the green pocket.
If
Or
he's
just
going
hit the
for it,
right side and get behind the blue.
yeah, if he's going for it, I mean, he doesn't like it because he's bridging over the pink. But if he's going for it, he's just got to fully commit to it. Forget about position because the black's waiting for him. So that might take a little bit of pressure off of getting position. Holding on to a 5-point lead, if he can get the red and black, that'll give him 13. It'll be 3 balls away. So this is a big moment. He could play the safety too. That's definitely available to him. And just leaving the white on the top cushion and hide it behind the blue. But he may not get, chances are, it's whether he thinks he can get a better opportunity. Oh, he went for it. He's overdone it. Oh, Chucking will have a clear red top left corner. And again, doesn't have to move the white at all, so he just needs to concentrate on cueing straight through the white. Doesn't need a lot of pace.
Yeah, they're
Wow.
able to come back to the table.
I'm a little
And be able
surprised by that, Dave.
Mm-hmm. You know, going back to Blake's shot, taking on, to be tricky red into the green pocket. Sometimes it's an easier pill to swallow if you do lose a match by taking on a pot and missing rather than taking a safety on and missing.
Right. I mean, it wasn't a risky pot. It was a straightforward pot that he would absolutely 10 out of 10 go for. Perhaps he's just not feeling it, Dave, at the moment. Oh, no.
Oh, my. And that red's not coming up.
Well, at least he's potted the black and the red.
Well, 7 foul points.
Yeah, that's the only
Didn't want that.
downside.
Might be in a bit of trouble, too. Check might just using that pink for a blocker to get the snooker. So we're down to the colors. There's only 2 points in it. Deciding frame, quarterfinal, national championship. How are your nerves, gentlemen? How is everyone doing out there?
I don't know about you, Dave. I don't know about you, Dave, but I've had a wonderful time this year once again. But my nerves are shot. I can only imagine what these two are going through.
I think he's got enough that he can just hit the yellow on the right side, possibly get near the pink, and the yellow shouldn't cannon into the black. Ooh, almost went in off. If you can get by to just clip the top side of that yellow, come off a couple cushions, get near that green. Do apologize for the glitches. We'll do our best. Maybe we transition into snooker radio. The visuals is gone, but the audio still with you all.
Yeah, it's just fluctuating a little bit with the weather network connections between the venue and their provider, cell towers, and so forth. There's a lot of contributing factors that can affect such things. Technology is great, but sometimes it's not perfect.
So check in and a bit of a snooker here. Deep swerve on this pink. Looks like he's actually going to take off the bulk cushion with side. He's put that all right, but hitting it thin has made his cue ball travel into the bulk area. Well, below the bulk line, I should say, just near the left middle pocket. So mid-range yellow here for Blake. Greens up there, browns up there, blues up there. Great yellow, just thought he had more less of an angle and he could be on the green, so safe shot coming up here for Mr. Martel. Tied 44 piece. Down to the final 5 colors of this deciding frame. Martel gearing up for the green. Might even try to get it into the left middle.
Yep, 44 all. I think we're going all the way, Dave.
Oh, what a green. What a green.
Wow. Now, if he can get this brown, he's going to be plumb on the blue. And the best part about it, he doesn't need to put a lot of pace into this brown to that bottom corner.
Yeah. Long brown into the top right corner. Which is going to be out.
Well, this will tell us now how Chucking's feeling. He passed on a red similar to this. But yeah, trails by 3. Still needs the pink. They're all there for him.
If he's feeling safe, the cross, well, he went the other way. Don't think he's got the snooker.
Yeah, he's...
and there might be a path to the right side of that brown that Chuck Yun might be in a bit of trouble because this could be behind the blue pretty soon.
Still very surprised that he didn't take that on. My goodness. I mean, I'm not sure what's happened, but where the blue was, where he was cueing the brown comfortable on the bed of the table, that's going to show, you know, Blake Martel a message that his safeties don't actually have to be perfect.
Yeah, Blake didn't get the snooker, but
no. But this one here, Chucky Kwan, he's got his safety straightforward. He's also got a shot to nothing. Well, he didn't attempt to putt. Played the overcut to get it to the bottom cushion. Could have played it, Dave, to the left corner as well.
yeah, if Blake's to win this match, that brown might hunt check in for months to come. Definitely, as this is the pinnacle of the season here in Canada. Might be a few fun tournaments throughout the summer. But definitely, the sun is out in summer, and we want to enjoy that. Definitely, the season will start again in September.
Yes. Oh no. Well, you know, Chucky Quans doesn't seem too happy at the moment. I mean, yeah, it's thin, but if I'm being honest, Dave, he's had his chances. He passed on a brown that, if it were in the first couple of frames, he absolutely would have taken it on.
Yeah, he's shaking his head a lot. Just seems like his confidence has just been rattled a little bit.
You know, I know this is not easy, but I mean, he certainly made it look easy. And he's got a good angle. So he's struggling. We get it, but my word.
Big blue on here. This to just give him needing the pink after.
Oh boy, where is it going to end up? Well, it's in the open.
Yep.
You know, Chucky Kwan wasn't close at all in that blue. Wow, I mean, you know, I think Blake knows his opponent is struggling. May not play the pot here though. Play it off the side cushion to the middle of the top cushion. Pot is there though.
Oh. Just couldn't get it.
Where's the white? Where's the white? Oh, it held up.
These blind cuts are a bit tricky. Even more so in a deciding frame with only 3 balls remaining on the table. And he's got to be a little mindful of that right middle pocket.
Oh, absolutely.
Good enough.
Doesn't want to give anything away here. So much so, yeah, he's just going to get the white back towards the block. Oh, no. Well, he might have a thin piece of this blue, Dave.
Yeah, I think he's overrun that a bit.
Yeah, nicely done. Wow, wow, wow.
Is there a slim path past that black? There might be for Chekyun Kwan. Doesn't look like on the TV screen. Sometimes it's a different story when you're at the table.
Yeah. Well played. Very well done. And he's got the blue close to that pocket. Blake trailing only by 1, but he's in it now. I mean, he is marking the spot, Dave, but depending on where the white ends up, Chuckin's got a good angle to get back for the pink because he'll still need the pink. More than likely he'll take the pot on, but wow.
He might just barely get by the black for the 2-cushion, left cushion, bulk cushion, and come down to that blue. It's slim. That's just what I'm seeing.
Wow. Yeah, you can't blame him for taking a little bit of extra time here. Tied 3-3, fighting for a place in the Canadian National Snooker Championship semifinals. Fought his way back from 3-1 down.
Here comes
Here we go.
attempt 1.
Oh,
Really
no.
goes in.
I think Chuckin's got to take this pot.
Be in the tee, can get an angle, come down to pink.
Oh,
Always going to put back.
Blake actually lifted the coin.
Quite surprised that Chuckian was putting him back.
Now, is this one of those situations, Chuckin, did he make any decisions beforehand? They may have to go to the video.
They're both discussing.
Well, they may have to get Kevin Patrick involved to rewind the live feed. I still don't understand why Chuckin didn't take the pot. He was bang on it with ball in hand. So they may be coming over for the feed to rewind it a little bit to get the exact spot here, Dave. Wayner 1147. Yeah, I would have to agree.
Yeah, it looks good.
I mean, Blake should have left the coin where it was. However, you know, Chuckin had ball in hand with pretty much the blue over the pocket. Danny Mac, they do have refs on site, not for each individual match.
Yeah. Referee Kevin Patrick has come over. We've reeled back the stream in our command center, and they took a picture. There is still another match in session in the tournament. I'm not wanting to scream from our booth to head referee Kevin Patrick.
Yeah, that looks a little bit more like it. Kevin doing a fine job. Chucky Kwan all over. Still surprised me that he put him back in. I'm really surprised.
True. Like, it
Uh,
wasn't an easy blue, but I still feel being in the D.
absolutely.
He nurses that blue in. He's got an 11-point advantage.
And he should be plumb on the pink.
Because Blake's just going to make a few adjustments. He wasn't off by much.
No, but I think he's trying to come off the top cushion. So 2 rails here. I mean, unless he hits it, I mean, last thing he wants to do is hit it full and leave it even closer to the pocket. But I mean, he could pot it.
Comes this attempt number 2.
Or, oh yeah, now he's definitely left it.
But he's hit it. And he only trails by 6.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
Chucky
this is
Kwan's
gonna be
got to be
local.
careful.
Yeah, it's not going behind his back, is he? No, he's a right-hander.
Oh, he's pulling a Mark Williams.
Oh, is that going in?
Oh
Wow.
my word. I think Chucky would have pulled his hair out if that dropped.
I think he would have dropped to the floor. Here we go. Pink for frame and match.
Wow. Absolutely
Chucky
incredible.
Oh, he's got it. Little emotion. Can you believe it?
Well
Commiserations, Blake Martell. That's a tough pill to swallow. Chuck and Kwan, who fends off the comeback.
Wow.
What a match. What a way to conclude day 5 here. And it's only going to get better tomorrow on Championship Sunday when we come back at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 10:30 a.m., 7:30 on the West Coast. Wow, Rob, that was some match.
Yes. What an incredible day once again, folks. A little odd finish to that match. Dave went back and forth. Chucky Kwan passed on a few what would have been match winners, and ultimately he, in the end, got the job done. So, and just an update before we leave, Frank leading Levi Myler 2-0, and he's got a 2-point advantage in the third, 45-43, with I think just the blue remaining. Well, Dave, another day in the books. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in once again. Remember, we will be here all day tomorrow starting at 10:30 in the morning for Championship Sunday with a semifinal match and then the finals to follow. For David Burney, I'm your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you much for tuning in. I appreciate each and every one of you. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning, bright and early. Goodbye for now.